Guys, let's start, colleagues. I've already said morning. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Umani Ramaveya from the School of Accounting. I'm going to be chairing the session today. So let's start with some housekeeping issues. The first thing that we're going to be talking about is the time. Presenters have got 10 minutes to present, and we've got 5 minutes for questions. And then from there, we want to say to presenters, please feel free. This is a safe space. Do not be nervous. I know wherever you are, you might be nervous at the moment, but we are colleagues here, and do not be nervous. It's important that you come here and you take all the necessary comments that you're going to be given by colleagues as well. Okay, so in terms of the 5 minutes that we have, colleagues, when we are busy with our questions, let's try to limit to 1 question per person. Let's not have a person asking more than 1 question because the time is a bit short and we are already behind. As you can see, we started a bit late. So let's keep it short, 1 question per person. And again, let's try to be positive. I think if you've been to conferences, you do have those kind of people that are going to be discouraging presenters. Let's try to avoid that today. Let's try to give positive criticism if it's there, so that some people are still doing presenting working papers, their masters, their PhD. We also have honors students here. We do not want to discourage them. So if there's something that is really burning, you can be able to engage with the candidate afterwards. But in this platform, let's try to be a bit positive. Then we've got a screen there that is going to be showing our time. So the time is 15 minutes. So when we start the countdown, it's going to be starting from 15 minutes. Meaning you do not have 15 minutes to talk. You've got 10 to present, and the 5 minutes you have to leave it to colleagues to be able to engage with you and give you positive feedback. So the first thing that we want to do, we want to make sure that our presenters, all of them are present. So I'm going to be calling out the names of the presenters. Please just indicate, just raise your hand if you are available so that we know if we need to change the order of the presentations. And I want to apologize again before I call out the names. I might butcher your surname, so I'm just apologizing in advance. So the first speaker that I want you just confirm if you are here, and then I'm just gonna. We've got 10 speakers, so I'm just gonna be going from the first speaker up to the last one. The first one is Rangwashe RE, okay, present. Nangani HV. Nangani HV, okay, so the speaker is not here. Machie C, okay, thank you. Goveni N, okay, so the presenter is not here. Matlala KSS, okay, not present. Nkosi NA. Guys, do you have any presenters here? Mpasha ES. I'm getting worried.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm really getting worried. Rabutata GL. Muloto ME. Okay. Malaka GM. Thank you, sir. I was starting to be a bit worried. So the first speaker, Rangwas RE, are you ready? Okay, can come through.
morning, colleagues. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Rangwashe Rembulwani Ilo. I'm here to present my paper, which is titled Applying Constitutional Rights Between Private Actors and Elucidating Their Limitation in Order to Maintain the Horizontal Application Doctrine. The motive behind the topic is to acknowledge people about the protection of their constitutional rights. So you shouldn't be confused because of the title. My paper.
Sorry, Chair, we don't see any presentation.
audible, colleagues?
Yes.
Thank you. As I was saying, my name is Ramwashe Rembulwani Idol. I'm a final year master student. I'm here to present my paper, which is titled Applying Constitutional Rights Between Private Actors and Elucidating Their Limitation in order to maintain the horizontal application doctrine. So the motive behind the paper is to acknowledge people of their constitutional rights. So there shouldn't be confusion on the title of the topic. My article talks to how constitutional rights apply to private actors, which private actors can be individuals, companies, or organizations that operate independently from the government. And it further clarifies how these constitutional rights are limited to maintain a horizontal application doctrine. The horizontal application doctrine means that constitutional rights bind private actors and individuals to respect fundamental rights in private disputes. So there has been other constitutions before the 1996 Constitution, but the 1996 Constitution is remarkable in that in Section 8 of the Constitution, it provides that the Bill of Rights applies to all laws, and it binds the legislature, executive, and judiciary and all organs of the state, while also applying horizontally to natural and juristic persons where applicable. So this means that the current constitution applies both vertically and horizontally. When we say it applies vertically, we mean that it protects citizens or individuals from the violation of their constitutional rights by organs of the state. So, and because, so when we also say it applies horizontally, we mean that it binds private actors not to infringe constitutional rights in private disputes. So, because we rely on legislative reform for the development of our law in South Africa, it is important that the process of legislative reform be guided by the Constitution in order to protect or in order to prevent the state and private actors from infringing fundamental rights. So my paper will explore ways to address possible conflicts that arise when private law clashes with constitutional law. Oh, sorry for not skipping the slides. Okay. And it further demonstrates a clear alignment between private actors, state organs, and our constitution to strengthen the doctrine of constitutionalism. So previously in South Africa, the constitution was consistently and practically, so as I was saying, previously in South Africa, the constitution was consistently and practically applied more in public law area than in the private law area. This means that the court will totally refuse to intervene in a private dispute because it did not involve organ of the state, which means it leaves citizens vulnerable because it would be easy for private actors to violate their constitutional rights. So this practice has been dominant in international law because international organizations have been the ones responsible for the universal key service. So this institution grew so much power in that it almost became impossible to regulate or to hold them accountable for violation of human rights. So the gross universal violation of human rights called for international binding measures for private actors. However, there are still concerns in whether the line between private actors and the Constitution can be harmonized in order to strengthen the doctrine of constitutionalism. So My paper will contribute to the analysis and the application of constitutional rights between private actors, and it will further explain the principles behind the limitation of these rights for the purposes of strengthening the doctrine of constitutionalism. My apologies for not skipping slides. So, as a practical example, a worker may file a complaint against a private employer for an infringement of their constitutional rights to equality due to a discriminatory conduct at work, even if the employer is not a public actor. So this means that our constitution now protects individuals from the violation of their rights, both in private law and in public law area. So this is because the right to equality is an inclusive principle in private law now. So what I'm basically saying is that compared to previously or prior the 1996 Constitution, this Constitution has allowed us, or it has given us, a privileged protection against the violation of our rights, whether we are engaged in private agreement or private disputes. We still have our constitutional rights protected. So, thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, guys. Let's just give him a round of applause. So, because the first time I used the mic, it was in church. Whenever I'm here, I feel like saying hallelujah. So you are going to be clapping a lot. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. We are going to be taking questions. We do have a bit of time. So let's engage. Let's give positive feedback. I was going to limit to 3, but we can see that we still have enough time. So let's have colleagues coming through with questions so that he can answer. So let's take the first 3, and then we'll take another round because I believe the time is enough.
Thank you, young man, for a good presentation. I've got one issue here because I'm an HR person, a labor relations specialist. So if you are talking about an employee, let's look at that example, filing a complaint, can you please go back to the slide? Yeah, that one. Yeah, we are talking about a private employer and a constitutional right to equality. Again, my understanding is that if an employee has an issue with the employer, it must start at the lowest level possible. It can be a grievance, it can be a disciplinary matter, but you must use all the mechanisms within the institution until it reaches the highest person, like the CEO or the HOD. And that's when you will, seek assistance maybe from those external institutions, like the tribunals, the CCMA, the bargaining councils and stuff like that. But your study is taking us straight to the Constitution, maybe without, filling us the gap in terms of the moment the complaint is lodged, what happens, because it must go to the labor court, and then the appeals court, and then the rest before it reaches the constitutional court. So I'm not sure why straight to the constitutional right. That's where I'm trying to understand what your study is all about, because there are institutions, there are mechanisms, there are procedures before you reach that level of the court. We have got prescripts that are trying to cover everything that might happen in the workplace, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, Employment Equity Act, and the rest. Although they are broad, they are also institutional policies. Maybe if you can clarify that part, why then straight to the constitutional court or rights? What do you mean by a constitutional right? To equality, especially. Thank you.
Can we take the next question?
Thank you. I'm just, I don't know how to say this, but the topic says private actors. And the example that he gave there is saying private employer. So it will be good if the person be consistent with the terms that he is using. So, because when he started, I thought he was talking about the actors, these ones that play drama and stuff. And with the Constitution, when you started with the introduction, you said, in South Africa now. The moment you say now, it means that there was then. What happened then, before? What happened before the Constitution was introduced in South Africa? Because you said now, what was happening before the introduction of the Constitution? So I'm just concerned about the topic, and like you need to be consistent with the terms that you use throughout.
Okay, can we take the last question? Let's try to keep the questions short.
Thank you for a nice presentation. My question is, you were talking about horizontal constitution, right? So my question is, if we allow constitutional rights to apply too strongly between private actors, don't we risk destroying private autonomy and freedom of contract? And where exactly do we draw the line between the two? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. If I understand your question well, you say why the constitutional rights while there are internal remedies? Why do I have to speak about the constitutional rights while there are internal remedies? Well, as I have explained when I started, that the objective of my paper is to acknowledge people of their protection, of the protection of their constitutional rights. So it is not specifically, even though it touches on private law or on labor law disputes, it's not specifically about that, but it talks, or the engagement is about how the current constitution and the provisions of the current constitution have enabled citizens to have protection from private engagement. Since then, or before the 1996 constitution, people were not protected while they enter into private engagement or private agreement. So, when we can talk about having to exhaust internal remedies before reaching the Constitutional Court. But this is to say that at the lowest point of any private dispute, the ground of the dispute should be a violation of a constitutional right, in that a citizen that is employed by a company must know through the contract of employment as well that certain terms and conditions or provisions of the contract, if they are not in line with the Constitution, it means there is an issue from the starting point of it. So I don't know if I answered you very well in that. It is not specifically about a labor law dispute. That is just a practical example to say that a company or a private employer, if there is a labor law dispute arising from a private employer and a citizen, that dispute or the ground of that dispute, when it arises, it will be because of a violation of a constitutional right. So the base of it is how the Constitution enables or protects people from the violation of their constitutional rights, not only in labor law matters, but also in contractual law matters and other matters. So this study does not specifically focus on, I don't know if that was clear. So, my time is up, or should I answer questions?
Just take a minute and just answer those two quickly.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am, here for the question. So as you were asking, what is the difference between the Constitution then and now? So as I've talked about the vertical application doctrine and the horizontal application doctrine, I tried to explain that before the current Constitution, constitutional rights the protection of constitutional rights, or the topic of protection of constitutional rights wouldn't arise where there is a violation of right between a private actor and a citizen. Then, because the Constitution then only focuses on violation of constitutional rights if there is an organ of state that is involved. So because of the provisions of the current Constitution, we can now go to the Constitution to seek a remedy if there is a violation between a private actor and a citizen, because the Constitution now applies horizontally, which it didn't then. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I was a bit lenient in terms of time due to the fact that we do have presenters that are not here. Out of 10, I think right now we've got 5 that are available. So we'll give a bit of an allowance. However, I can see now it's becoming longer. Now we'll end up with 5 presenters not finishing on time. So let's still try to shorten our engagements. But what I'm going to do for the sake of giving the benefit of the doubt for the people that are not here, you might find that someone maybe was not here while I was going through the roster. I'm just going to do that again so that if we have a candidate that maybe came a bit late, can indicate that I'm here, maybe I was a bit delayed. So I'm just going to confirm again, Nangani HV, if the candidate is here, or the presenter, Nangani HV. Okay, so I'm just going to be doing that a bit often, just hoping that maybe people are still on their way. And then from there we've got Machiesi. I think Machiesi, it's around, you're going to be our next speaker. Then we've got Ngobeni N. Okay, Matala KSS. Nkosi NA. Mpasha ES. Mpasha ES. Okay. Rabutata GL. Moloto ME. I feel like I'm marking my register at the university now. Everyone is absent. Malaga GM. Okay. And then we've got a candidate that is moving from another venue. Just want to confirm the name. Just give me a second. Mahlomuta. Okay, you will be our last speaker. Thank you very much. So let's go back to Machiesi. Are you ready? Please come through.
Good morning, session chair, judges, everyone, researchers, and all of the guests present. My name is Shamin Vestamaji. I'm a second-year Bachelor of Commerce in Economics student, and my topic is Minerals to Data Extraction, AI Colonialism, and Dependency in Africa's Digital Economy. My research motivation is driven by the fourth industrial revolution, whereby we have a shaped economy which is changing, and whereby our future has now driven from minerals, from physical labor and resources, and has moved to algorithms. Therefore, it also comes with such concerns that artificial intelligence, in as much as it is reshaping global economic relations, it does so, but also it can mirror ways that are systemic and show historical colonial dependency. And therefore, given Africa's strategic importance as a major source and a producer of critical minerals and data, this study would investigate whether AI colonialism represents a contemporary manifestation of systematic dependency and will examine its broader implications for sustainable development. My problem statement is that we are risking transitioning from raw mineral export to raw data extraction, lacking ownership for computational capital. The continent therefore generates value while importing high-cost digital services. And therefore we have three main issues, which is unequal ownership. Africa does generate vast digital data, but processing infrastructure becomes external and highly concentrated in the global north. And we also have a digital divide, whereby our models, AI models, are concentrated in multinational technology firms, and our research gap, whereby the existing literature covers digital colonialism, but lacks a developmental economics framework that is centered on computational capital. Therefore, this is a decolonial microeconomics lens on AI colonialism. My theoretical framework and literature review focus on area of scholarship, research on AI development and economics, whereby we use three main theories: the dependency theory, which show technological dependence between the resources that Africa has and using them. And we also have the previous Singer theory, whereby I cite their work that it shows it has unequal value capture, whereby we produce resources, however, the economic benefits do not constitute for how much we supply. And we have the world system theory, whereby we have the periphery, the semi-periphery, and the core, which is the hierarchy, whereby we have the global north, which are the developed countries, and the global south, which are developing countries. My methodology was a research design whereby we use qualitative desktop, which will examine how AI colonialism is a contemporary form of economic dependency. We use secondary sources from peer-reviewed literature, policy documents, from publications such as the United Nations, the World Bank, and the African Union. This had no participants. However, we used books and we used peer-reviewed literature and academic ethics, where academic ethics was taken into consideration. And therefore, I'm going to come to a practical example. An American-listed company, Equinix, has come up with a proposition to build 2 data centers in Cape Town, which the municipality has approved. And those data centers are estimated to use about 170 megawatts of electricity and also about 12 million liters per day of estimated water use. In a country such as South Africa, whereby water and electricity remain scarce resources and whereby it's a socio-economic issue, therefore it raises concerns about hosting the infrastructure. However, the ownership and the value capture is externally concentrated and it does not belong to Africa itself. This is not to say that foreign investment is inherently negative, but however, it raises questions about computational capital ownership that should be owned, and also that should be beneficial to the local economy. The key findings of what we found was that in as much as AI or artificial intelligence has reproduced dependency, it reproduces dependency. In as much as it is a strategic resource of moving forward, it therefore has become a strategic resource. However, Africa still does not have technological sovereignty of their own resources. It still comes with the key findings to say that there is a gap that Africa has and that we need to bridge that gap. Which leads me to my recommendations. In my recommendations, it's not really about what Africa should do, but it's about how Africa should do it and how best can they implement it. Firstly will be to invest in computational capital. Not to say that computational capital is not in existence. It is already in existence, but it is how to best leverage from it. It's to say that we need to have training, we need to have research facilities whereby those data centers and domestic capabilities are there for the locals rather than making space only for foreign technology. Another one is to strengthen data governance. Africa needs a data system whereby African-owned data is transparent enough to know that it is owned, it is used, and it is commercialized within the borders, and also to keep a healthy cross-border relationship. Another one would be to leverage the African Continental Free Trade Area. African countries need to come together in as much as they've already monopolized their resources. They need to come together, specialize and build resources. An example I would give would be South Africa. South Africa being one of the key drivers. South Africa, Kenya being one of the key drivers of the center of computing, of high performance computing. Those resources are what's necessary for Africa in order for us to come together and monopolize on them and capitalize on them. And another one is to promote local value capture. Investments and systems needs to be reinvested into universities, into institutions that better shape us, into institutions that are going to be technical for the African person and that are going to benefit in order for our economic spillovers and our economic benefits to be within the borders of the continent. This is no longer a privacy concern when it comes to data, but it becomes an economic issue, or it becomes an economic issue whereby we need to see work that has results, and we need to see data that is being invested from the minerals that we started by investing and it coming back to us. With that, I would like to make my concluding statement. This is not about Africa participating in the global economy. It has already participated in the global economy, but it's rather about Africa shaping its position in the economic world by owning those resources, by having resources that it can use, and also by monopolizing and having resources that work for the Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. So we're going to take the first 3 questions. If you keep them short, then we can be able to take another round. Because we are sitting at the very same table there, it will be easier to just hand over the mic. Let's just start from that side. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your good presentation, Charmaine. I have a simple question. In your study, you presented some interesting findings. What do you think is the most single important recommendation that stakeholders should implement based on your research?
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is, we often hear digital colonialism and AI colonialism used as if they mean one thing. Based on your research on moving from mineral to data extraction, how would you explain the difference between digital colonialism and AI colonialism in a simple way? And why is it important to understand that difference if Africa wants to break the cycle of economic dependency, not independence, I mean, and start benefiting from its own data and minerals? Thank you.
Thank you for the enlightening presentation. And my question to you is, how do we ensure that after mineral extraction, South Africa can make sure that it has the resources to process its own minerals to cut importation costs? Thank you. How do we ensure that South Africa has the proper materials to process its own minerals after they have been extracted to cut costs of importation after the goods have been processed? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. I am going to start with the first one, which was singling out what is the most important recommendation that I would come up with amongst the other recommendations that I've already had. I don't think there is any recommendation which surpasses the other. However, if I were to put them in order of hierarchy, not only do resources need to be locally owned. Yes, we can have locally owned resources, but we still need to keep in mind that in as much as resources are locally owned, companies can have failures, can have structural failures and systemic failures from their past and from the decisions that they take that are underpinning global issues that are going to continue. So I would say that not necessarily the investment, but rather the enhancement of the investment. Investment is already there. What we need to do is to steer the investment into the right channels so that it can benefit the people, and when it comes to our domestic resources. And for the second question was, how can we differentiate from digital colonialism and AI colonialism, since the terms have been used interchangeably? So I am going to start with AI colonialism, which was the main topic. So with AI colonialism, how you can differentiate is that we have computational capital. So computational capital is the ability or is the collection of the algorithm and the data, while you combine it with human value, human capital, and also human resources in order for you to generate economic value while using the data. Whereby when it comes to digital colonialism, it's more about the spaces which are not only built by algorithm, but mostly the digital spaces. For example, social media. I would say it will be colonialism in the sense that most apps that we consume as South Africans would not be owned by South Africans. However, we generate content and we feed content into the algorithm, whereby South Africa is one of the countries which is not paid for that algorithm or that content. And for the third question was, how can we ensure that South Africa has the proper materials in order to generate economic benefits, right? So this is not necessarily a question of whether South Africa has the proper materials. It's about how best can we optimize the current or the existing materials. How can we best use them in order for us to continue generating economic benefits, which is more or less concurrent with the first question to say what is the most important recommendation. So now if we look at the minerals and the resources that we have, it's not necessarily about South Africa in general having a shortage of minerals, but it is what do we use those minerals for? Where the minerals, and what proper channels do I invest those minerals in order for them to have generated another value for me? How do we use them best? How do we optimize those resources in order for us to use them in the economic future, and also to ensure how do those resources not die out in order for the future generation to use them? When we look at examples such as renewable energy, which is still at its infancy in South Africa, would be a particular example in order to build energy, or to build energy that can be regenerated, that can also be used again in the future. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I think we got questions from one table. So maybe let's try to diversify the tables. Can we just take maybe the last round of questions? Maybe from a different table. Unless if we don't get 3, then we can come back to the very same table. Yes.
Thank you so much. That was quite lovely. Though for someone like me who's not in economics, those are very big words. But I just want to ask from the perspective of research. As you started, you said something about you want to introduce, is it integrating an economic model or something like that at the beginning of your presentation. However, I don't know, it seems like we never went back to that, but that at the beginning sounded as if that was like the main contribution, or maybe I'm the one who didn't get it quite well. And then I just also wanted to check the recommendations that you gave. You said that you are doing, or rather you did, a qualitative study where you analyzed those secondary data. I think from a research methodology perspective, I might have liked to see the analysis of it, because I think you just mentioned the data sources, and then the next thing is the recommendations. So I would have maybe asked, or rather, it's not something you can answer me on, but just to suggest that if possible to actually include what did you find from that qualitative, how did you analyze, what were the results, before just taking us straight to recommendations of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Since the second one was a recommendation, thank you very much. I will keep that in mind. And for the first one of integrating an economic model, I think there was a miscommunication rather, but I do understand the question since it came from my research motivation itself at the beginning of the paper, which was building onto something. So the economic model which I've been talking about, or rather the economic steps which I have been proposing this entire time, was about the computational capital, which I had slightly touched on in my theoretical framework. The computational capital, which is the collection of data, the collection of algorithms, while we pair it with human capital, we pair it with human brains in order to generate economic spillovers or benefits.
Good day, Ms. Machi. My question is straightforward. I want to understand, okay, how can African countries use their minerals and data to build their own AI industries instead of just supplying the rest of the world?
Okay. So this question, I think it's more or less concurrent to the one which was asked about South Africa specifically. Whether, like, how can South Africa ensure that it utilizes the minerals in order for the future? So I don't know, should I re-answer since it's quite concurrent or it's quite more or less the same? So your question is, how can African countries use their minerals instead of them just supplying the minerals to the rest of the world, right? Since this is an ongoing study and which has not been yet complete, as I did say, some of the sources here are at its infancy. It's not something which has been materialized, considering the fact that we still have data centers which are still being proposed. It then shows that there's a huge gap or the digital divide which I spoke about, between us having to use those materials and also having to integrate in the artificial intelligence space yet before we can even build up onto how can we best use the resources.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation and also the answers and question session. So we're going to be moving on. As I've mentioned that I'm going to be trying to confirm if we've got any new arrivals in terms of candidates or presenters. So Nangan HV, I think, but I've not seen much of people coming in. So I don't think, let's just do it for the case of making sure that we don't skip anyone who's available. But our next speaker, according to this, it should be moving to, from Machi, we must be moving right along. Yeah, we're skipping a lot of people in. So maybe let me just try to take the roll call again and then try. But what's going to happen is that if we finish a bit early, we're going to have to go and join the other room. So we're going to try to stick to the 15 minutes, and if we are done, then we've been advised that we can move across. So Nangan HV is still not here, I believe. Machi has just presented. Wobeni N still not here. Matakala KS. Matala KSS. Nkosi NA.
Chair. May I suggest, Chair, that we work with those who are here, because every time you do a roll call, we are streaming these proceedings.
Okay.
It's like there is a bit of disorder. So, if possible, those who have registered to be present, let's proceed. And then, as soon as others who are late, they will follow suit afterwards, because we are doing this continuously, and it's streamed, it's watched all over the stream.
Okay, so that means we will be moving to our last speaker. I did say it's going to be our last.
No,
yes.
sir.
Yes. No, sir. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Are you ready?
I was not expecting to go now. I thought there was someone else. Oh, wow. And I was about to go to the bathroom.
Colleagues, we need to move on. While we are still sorting out the issue of the last speaker was supposed to speak, they are going to just, because she was supposed to present in the morning, so the adjudicators are saying, well, there are those issues that they're still trying to sort out. Malaka is GM, are you available? So while they're sorting out the issue of that candidate that was here, you can take the podium.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Standing before you today is Gideon Malaka. I am a second-level student currently doing my Bachelor of Laws degree at the University of Limpopo. Today I'm standing in front of you to present my presentation titled Transitioning to a Cashless Economy, Challenges and Opportunities for Small-Scale Vendors. The research primarily focuses on critical factors, systemic barriers, and operational opportunities that influence the adoption or rejection of digitized frameworks that can be used to pay for goods in the shops. Specifically, this research focuses on spaza shops and informal traders in Mankweng and Sekhukhune. It is motivated by the evident divide of socio-economic obstacles in our region. While global policy promotes fourth industrial revolution technology, small, micro, and medium enterprises in these areas encounter severe existential barriers. Turning to the research program, South Africa's National Development Plan 2030 puts SMEs at the center of the country's socio-economic recovery and development, projecting that these enterprises should generate 90% of the 11 million new jobs and contribute to the GDP in between 60 and 80% growth in 2030. Yet national data indicates that approximately 96% of transactions across 1.5 million informal traders remain strictly cash-based. The central problem investigated therein is that despite the publicized advantages of 4IR digital frameworks, small-scale rural vendors encounter acute structural and systemic hurdles that obstruct technology adoption. Consequently, this overall objective was to evaluate the operational opportunities of cashless systems, identify the demographic and infrastructural barriers obstructing digital adoption, investigate supply chain constraints, and propose practical recommendations for fintech developers, banking institutions, and also policymakers to accommodate and prioritize survivalist enterprises with regard to the transition in order to meet the policy targets of the NDP 2030. To examine these lived experiences, this study adopted an interpretivist research paradigm utilizing a descriptive qualitative design. Qualitative inquiry was essential and captures the contextual behaviors and operational motivations that quantitative metrics overlook. The research was conducted in commercial hubs in Mankweng and Sekhukhune, Non-probability progressive sampling was employed in selecting informal micro vendors, and sampling continued until data saturation was reached. Primary data gathered via semi-structured interviews and field observations were analyzed using Brown and Clark's 6-phase thematic analysis. Academic rigor was maintained through Lincoln and Guba's trustworthy criteria, alongside with full informed consent and participant anonymity. Before I discuss the findings on slide 5 and 6, please note that the visuals on the screen reflect a formatting that I have sent, which I mistakenly shared instead of the updated slides. I've shared slides that were a draft of my presentation. Because this is a qualitative study rooted in thematic interviews data from Mankweng and Sukukuni, I will focus directly on core operational themes that emerged from my research. When looking at the opportunities, local vendors clearly recognized the potential of digital frameworks. First, adoption creates immediate access to younger consumers and remote buyers who no longer carry physical cash. That was the first opportunity that these local vendors have recognized. Secondly, majority of the interviewees highlighted that these frameworks introduce security benefits, specifically reducing the risk of holding large amounts of physical cash at spaza shops and market stalls, which makes them prime targets of theft, especially during peak hours or peak seasons. Third, every transaction generates a digital footprint, which helps vendors to be able to check their capital, and also it helps to limit their time in having to deal with coin shortages for changes that they have to give back to their customers. However, while vendors acknowledge these commercial advantages, they view them as theoretical and until operational barriers are removed. The operational barriers that need to be addressed include a significant technology design mismatch. Respondents highlighted the status quo bias. Vendors held that existing payment platforms were engineered for formal businesses with guaranteed daily cash flows. For micro traders, business is sometimes slow. Fees cause unnecessary transaction friction and administrative complexity. Most of the elderly respondents identified the difficulty of using these tools due to digital illiteracy and technophobia. Fear of digital fraud, such as payment confirmation screenshots that are fake, outweighed their desire to adopt these technological tools for payment. In terms of infrastructure, frequent load shedding, power cuts, and weak network coverage clearly caused the tetherness of these individuals to not adopt these frameworks. Financially, cut speed point purchases, data costs, transaction fees directly diminish razor-thin profit margins. More critically, commercial bank processing times create settlement delays of 1 to 3 days. For micro traders who require immediate cash flow to restock inventory daily, frozen working capital severely disrupts business continuity. In addition, rural retail supply networks operate almost strictly on immediate cash. Local transporters and distributors require instant payment in order to deliver goods. This forces vendors to reject cashless transactions to maintain vital cash liquidity and supplier settlements and other fees. To address these interconnected barriers and accelerate inclusive financial and digital transition, I recommend 4 key policy interventions with another key intervention that I have just came up with. First, financial institutions and fintech must establish targeted risk-sharing frameworks, including equipment subsidies and micro capitals, in order to help these micro vendors to start and buy these tools and maintain them. Secondly, South African Reserve Bank and commercial banks should mandate zero-rated and flat-rate microtransactions for fees structures for small sale to eliminate profit erosion. The last recommendation, there's a large divide in between for these people who are selling in informal traders. So I recommend that they should structure their businesses in order for them to work together to be able to purchase these tools. In conclusion, persistent cash reliance among rural vendors in Limpopo is an adaptive response to infrastructure deficit, capital erosion, and settlement delays. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take 3 questions. Let's keep them short. 3 questions. Can we have the third question and then we can close it? Okay, so we can start.
Thank you for the question. Again, your topic is about transitioning to a cashless economy. My question is, let me start by giving you an example. Your policy is about transitioning to a cashless economy, but in South Africa we still very much, a cash-based country. Even the government like SASA, your SARS, your government businesses actually, they still pay and accept cash. So my question is, what policy or evidence are you using to say South Africa is transitioning to cashless? And is this transition actually happening by policy, or is it just something banks or private companies are pushing while the government and the people are still very much cash-based? Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Hearing your presentation, I heard that you spoke about the National Development Plan, and you recognize that the small, medium-sized enterprises are a driver of job creation, and it looks like they contribute to long-term growth. So how does inadequate infrastructure such as electricity, transport, and digital infrastructure affect the ability of the small, medium-sized enterprises to contribute to employment creation?
I welcome the wonderful presentation. My question is related to your policy. Maybe before we introduce any other policy to fit the context of small and medium enterprises, did you try to check why the existing policies are not effective? And another thing with regard to the transition is, will it be effective for such businesses, even considering the context in which they operate? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Taking the first question, my data was using information from interviews and observations from the field. So, as I've observed, most of the young consumers no longer use cash or rely on cash to purchase. So they use QR code payment, QR code scans, and also how to tap with their phones. So for micro vendors, it's hard for them to be able to accommodate such consumers. And also moving to the second question, electricity, barriers such as electricity and network power cuts, they limit these vendors because they cannot be able to purchase these tools and also maintain them, because they rely on it, on power and network for them to be able to function. If those resources are not available, these frameworks shut down, so they cannot take purchases from digital frameworks. So they have to rely back on cash. And then, can you please repeat the last question?
Okay, let's just keep only the first part to say that before maybe introducing other policies, did your study try to check why the existing ones are not effective?
No, I haven't reached that point.
Okay, maybe you should take that as a recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, so the presenter kept on saying vendors, and I'm from vendors, so I was okay, so our last presentation, I hope the presenter is ready. Ms. Mahlomota PP.
Okay. Good afternoon, because I realize that it is after 12. I'd first like to extend my greetings to my fellow researchers, distinguished guests, and the audience at large. My name is Pumelelo Mahlomota, and I'm standing here to present my research titled The Impact of Government Support on the Growth of Women-Owned Businesses in the Bulubani Municipality of Limpopo. Okay, so earlier this year, me and my fellow colleagues doing my degree, which is Bachelor of Commerce Honors in Business Management, we were tasked with coming up with a study that is related to our field. And I decided to go with the impact of government support on the growth of women-owned businesses, focusing on the Bulubani municipality. Recent literature has identified women entrepreneurs in South Africa as crucial drivers of economic growth and poverty reduction, with the female entrepreneur being recognized for contributing significantly towards job creation and community development, especially in current times when unemployment is high and job security remains low. However, despite contributing positively towards one of the world's most severe unemployment rates, women-owned businesses still face numerous obstacles that negatively impact their ability to grow and their ability to grow their ventures and maintain sustainability. In 2023, a study conducted by GEM, the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, found that 4.3% of South African women were established business owners as compared to a 7.9% of South African men. In areas like Limpopo, while the national average was growing, areas like Limpopo found a decline in women entrepreneurs operating in the informal sector. In 2023, the percentage of women operating in the informal sector in Limpopo was 37.7, which was a decline from 40.1% in 2022. This indicated that unlike the national trend, which was growing, Limpopo's female share of the informal business ownership was actually declining and has been declining between the years 2017 and 2023. It raised the question, why are women participating in entrepreneurship, but fewer women are progressing into established and larger businesses, especially in areas like Limpopo? I focused on two research questions when I was conducting my study. The two research questions focused on growth challenges both faced by women-owned businesses and the government initiatives and programs aimed at assisting these female-owned businesses. I identified the CEFDA, the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, the National Empowerment Fund, and the Department of Small Business Development as some of the government institutions and initiatives aimed at assisting women in business gain access to the relevant markets, financing, business skills and training, mentorship, and etc. Some of the main growth challenges faced by women women-owned businesses included financial exclusion that limited their ability to expand their customer base and invest in innovative processes and products to remain competitive. Social cultural factors, such as gender norms that perpetuated stereotypes that limit participation of women in business and maintain outdated ideologies of the roles played by women, not only in business, but in society at large. Institutional barriers were also recognized as hindering the growth of women in business through tedious bureaucratic processes, inefficient service delivery, and inadequate monitoring and evaluation of existing support initiatives. The problem that this study aims to solve is the lack of business growth and rampant failure within women-owned businesses without the support of local government and government support initiatives. I set three research objectives for the study. The first being to explore government initiatives and programs aimed at assisting these women-owned businesses. The second being to investigate the impact of their support on these businesses. And the third being to examine the growth challenges experienced specifically by women-owned businesses in the Breakaway municipality. For my theoretical and empirical literature, firstly, the theoretical perspective that I adopted was the resource dependency theory, which was pioneered in 1978 by J. Pefner and G. Selansing. For my RDC, the resource dependency theory, it was outlined how organizations depend on external resources for survival, growth, and sustainability. For our case, it can be argued that women-owned businesses cannot operate independently because they rely on resources that are controlled by government, financial institutions, suppliers, and support agencies. This further highlighted that organizations need to establish relationships with external stakeholders in order to access crucial resources including market opportunities, technology, infrastructure, information, training, and finance. These resources are essential for improving business performance, competitiveness, growth, and long-term sustainability and survival. For our imperial literature, the evidence demonstrated that government support is imperative in enhancing the financial and non-financial growth factors of women-owned businesses. In that, support initiatives like CEDA Technology Program, the National Employment Fund, and South African Women Entrepreneurship Network, they make contributions toward customer acquisition, increased market share, stronger brand identity, enhanced products and service innovations, and improved time delivery rate. The non-financial growth indicators strengthen the potential of women-owned businesses towards growth and sustainability. The financial growth factors were further enhanced by the public sector funding and managerial training initiatives, including the Women's Fund, the National Youth Development Agency, and the Department of Small Business Development. These initiatives, partnered with strong managerial skills and capabilities, are able to exploit government resources towards increased revenue, improved sales growth, greater net income, better profits, which enhance the ability of women-owned businesses to foster towards long-term growth, sustainability, and competitiveness. The first diagram that I have, that is displayed on the screen, showcases the non-financial growth factors that I identified throughout my studies. Some of them including the market share growth, customer acquisition, brand equity and awareness, customer satisfaction, and on-time delivery rate. The financial growth factors that I highlighted were revenue, gross profit margin, operating profit, and net income. The second diagram showcases part of the data collected, which it is not shown on the screen, but I sent out a questionnaire to 50 participants, which we were able to get response. And based on the response, it showcased that from those 50 responses that we have received, 70.8% of female business owners operated within the service industry, while 8.3% of female business owners operated within wholesale, with 8.3% of female businesses in catering and accommodation, and the rest in retail and in agriculture. The diagram C showcases the answer that the 50 respondents were able to give us based on the question, have you ever received any form of government assistance? This showcases that while a staggering 8.3% of female business owners in Polokwane municipality had received some form of government assistance, a staggering 91.7% of female businesses have never received any form of government assistance. Then we move to my research design. This study undertook a quantitative research design which adopted a secondary research approach based on the systematic review of existing theoretical and empirical literature. Rather than collecting primary data, the study examined published studies, government reports, and other relevant secondary sources to identify gaps in literature and establish the relationship between government support and the growth of women-owned businesses in Polokwane municipality. Okay, we are nearing the end. So for my recommendations, I'm going to focus on the last two. To female entrepreneurs in Polokwane municipality, I urge that they adopt a proactive approach towards assessing, accessing, and utilizing government support by combining financial assistance with business development training, mentorship, networking, market assistance, and digital technologies. Entrepreneurs should also maintain proper financial records, formalize their business where appropriate, develop clear growth plans, and continuously monitor business performance. And lastly, to the South African government, I would urge that they ensure that women in townships, rural areas, and smaller municipalities receive comparable opportunities to entrepreneurs in major economic centers. National programs should not just assume that a female entrepreneur in Johannesburg has received the same access to finance, infrastructure, and markets or networks as the same one in Limpopo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The research was very, very good, and any agenda that pushes women development is welcome in this country. Let's take 3 questions and have a short engagement with our last speaker. We'll start at the back. I don't know, with permission, if we can take a bit more. Can we just maybe try to, let's just raise our hands so that we can be noted, and then we can try to take a bit more than 4 because this is the last speaker. Did you note them? But let's try to keep it short so that we all get a chance.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, and I think it's very good that you have focused on women in Women's Month. So I heard on your percentage somewhere you were saying 9% were funded and 91% was not funded. Is it 91% that applied or not applied and not funded, or it's 99% which the government doesn't know of? Because you can't fund something you don't know of. So, yeah, I think that clarification is important.
Okay, the question was, have you ever received any form of government assistance? And it showcased, let's go back. It showed that 91.7% answered no, meaning that they had never received any form of government assistance. I did not specify in the questionnaire whether they had applied or not, so I cannot answer your question as to whether they were applying or not, because it was just a question of whether they had ever received, not whether they had applied.
Thank you. Your topic is the impact of government support on women-owned businesses. You focused on the case of Polokwane municipality. And looking at Polokwane municipality, I'm sure it does not only cover Polokwane as a city, but does expand to the neighboring communities, of which some of them might not be urban like Polokwane. So my question is that, does this impact of government support on women-owned businesses differ between rural areas and urban areas? And if so, what are the main differences?
Okay, yes, I do believe, and based on my study, it is shown that there is a huge difference between access in rural areas and access in urban areas. For example, someone who's living in a bendo would probably be more aware of opportunities in terms of networking opportunities, because whenever these government organizations host seminars, it's rarely in a Teflov, in Ramakanye, it's usually in central business areas. So someone in Polokwane would be more knowledgeable or be more aware of an event occurring there that would empower women and teach women skills and basically give them the necessary tools to grow their businesses, as opposed to someone in Ramakanye who probably doesn't go to town as much and would not be at these events unless maybe on that particular day they just happen to find out. So yes, there is a huge gap in urban and rural areas, and the biggest problem between these two areas is access. Someone in town obviously has better access to someone in a rural area.
Thank you. That was lovely. My question or comment is kind of connected to the first comment. To me, it's more of a concern rather. Yeah, as you were presenting, I was wondering, because the objectives were stated very nicely, but I was interested in knowing, okay, what questions did she ask to actually be able to answer these objectives? For example, I think your first objective was, what are the programs or support that the government is currently providing? I don't think we ended up touching on that. I don't know if you did, but well, didn't come out. So for me, it was as if maybe the questionnaire or the questions maybe were not structured in a way to actually answer your objectives, hence even the other question that is coming up now. Because I wanted to ask, did the entrepreneurs belong to a certain sector, or it was just across all business sectors? And also, I forgot my other question. Yeah, it was mainly on your instrument, really. Yeah.
Okay. To answer your question, yes, I did answer based on the objectives that I had placed there. I think my mistake was not highlighting it in my presentation. I only chose what I believed would be significant enough for me to present here, and maybe that was me failing to take into account what I had placed there in terms of my objectives. Maybe I should have placed the other parts of the data that I collected which answered your question, like you asking different, are the women operating in different industries and such. So I failed in doing that, so I apologize. But I will take that as a recommendation and take it into account. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair, for your presentation. I'll just go straight to the point. Just by looking at your topic, I thought your study was qualitative. Although you have used the word impact, of government support, but to me your study sounded more like qualitative than quantitative, in such a way that I was surprised when we came to the methodology part, and you mentioned that your study is quantitative. Can you look at your objectives again? Because the previous speaker spoke about the first objective, which is to explore. If I look at the first objective, to explore, you explore when the study is qualitative, and to investigate the impact as well, and to examine, when you speak about the challenges, you have to hear people. People must tell you exactly what their challenges are, which makes the study more qualitative than quantitative, because all those objectives are leaning towards qualitative. because, you know, if you're talking about exploring the government programs and initiatives, it's something that you can find in writing somewhere. But what are you going to do? What are you aiming to achieve, really? You know, what questions are you going to ask? You know, those respondents. So I'm not sure we're going to salvage this situation because you have already conducted the study, and I did not hear you saying anything about the hypothesis. You know, it's only the research questions. Once you have the research questions, then the study is qualitative. You know, so I think you have to. My recommendation is to change the method, the research method. I'm not sure you have already conducted the study. Yeah, that's my other problem. Because with quantitative studies, it's all about the correlation. It's all about the relationship between the two variables. It can be, we can add a moderating variable or intervening variable and stuff like that. So somewhere, somehow, you know, there is a disjuncture in terms of, you know, the methodology and the results. But the study itself is very, very interesting. That is all I can say.
Okay, I know that was not a question, and I'm not here to defend myself. So I'll say maybe I should have indicated that it was a mixed methods research instead of a quantitative. But I am learning, and I am an honors, student. So this is my first time conducting a research. So I will definitely take your advice into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm that kind of a person that doesn't like adding, especially after people have clapped their hands. However, the topic is very, very interesting. I just want to maybe add just a bit there. And I'm happy that I wanted to highlight the issue that it can be a mixed method. Then you'll be able to get the quantitative part and the insights from women in terms of the government support. But I think you should also noted that you're doing it as an honors. But when you look at maybe doing the topic for masters, you can look at financial exclusion, because it will validate your findings. Some people do not participate in this financial support that is around. So it should be something that must be highlighted. That will answer that question of that 91%, whether there is voluntary exclusion in terms of financial participation. So those are the things that if you want to do that for masters, that will definitely benefit this study. I think that was a very nice study to end off our session. I don't know, are we joining the other session or is it lunch? Yeah, because I think we are only left with
2 minutes.
We're just left with 12 minutes before lunch, and I don't think the candidate can take more questions, right? I think she's tired.
No,
Okay.
I think let's accept it. We are done.
Yeah, let's just accept that we are done. And thank you very much. The session went well. So we are breaking off for lunch. I just don't know if we're going to be... Yes?
I wanted to ask, are we coming back here or are we joining the first side?
No, you have to come back for the second session. That the part of saying we are joining it was if we finish a bit early. But when we come back, the room 2 will still be continuing as usual. Thank you.
considered in decision making, while they are the most affected. So my research method will use two approaches, namely the qualitative and the analytical approach. So I'll be relying on materials found in desktop, in the library, such as
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Madia Letabo Bridget, and I am a PhD candidate from the School of Law. Allow me to present to you my paper that is titled The Legal Analysis of the South African Public Healthcare System, where I'll be focusing on explicit versus implicit rationing. Colleagues, before I even start with my topic, I'll take you through sort of like a short descriptive story. I originate from Tzaneen, a small town where the right to healthcare has seen a scarcity, in a sense that whenever it's time for one to access his or her right to healthcare facilities and also services within the community, people are faced with deprivation and denial. So considering that, my study aims at investigating on how implicit rationing is currently affecting people that are so reliant on the constitutional right to healthcare facilities. So that is why I came up with the paper where I'll be critically examining the legal ramification of a system that promises the right to healthcare to everyone. Meanwhile, the reality context of the matter is that not everyone is really afforded this right. So let me take you through so that you guys at least understand as to what is implicit rationing and explicit rationing. Colleagues, explicit rationing refers to a rationing that of which is as a result of a white paper. So the white paper, we're referring to the Constitution, which indicates that everyone has the right to healthcare facility. Meanwhile, implicit rationing is something as opposed to explicit, meaning that people are being denied their right to healthcare, meaning that this implicit rationing is a rationing that of which is not on the white paper. So you guys would know by now that the Constitution, in terms of Section 27(1), guarantees everyone the right to healthcare facility. But the reality of the context is that most of the people, especially in marginalized communities, are still being deprived this right. This is as a result of mismanagement, poor finances, and also untraceable demand of immigrants that are located thus far, that are going into clinics, making stock out on these healthcare facilities that of which are supposed to be accessed by South Africa. So as a result, marginalized communities are still left out within the society, and this shows us that the outcome of healthcare facility is not achieved at the end of the day. So colleagues, allow me to take you through my research by indicating that my study begins with a fictitious scenario that illustrates that the vulnerable status of South African individuals who are reliant on the constitutional right to healthcare are being effectively discriminated. This is as a result of the benchmarking camps like I referred to, and the fact that whenever it's time for them to access healthcare facilities, they are unable to do so. So throughout my study, what I did is that I critically examined the legal ramification of our system that which is not providing healthcare facility to individual by critically analyzing 3 case studies. The first case study was inclusive of Mr. M, a 57-year-old who tried to get access to healthcare facility in a said hospital, and upon arrival at the hospital, Mr. M couldn't find any utilities, neither medication, because everything was stocked out. So the second case study that I stressed onto throughout my study, it was a case study of the Tembisa Hospital, which has embroiled with the long-standing struggle of medical measures. This was a result of something that I think you know by now, that funds were looted at the Tembisa Hospital, leading to most of the individuals benchmarking in camps and not having access to facilities. So I also referred to the last fictitious case study, which is about Rahima Mosa Hospital, whereas in that hospital, most pregnant ladies, when it's time for them to access health facilities, they are unable to do so because beds are full, operation need to be postponed. So as a result of this, I came up with the study, like I said, so as to analyze the legal ramification and bring about the end of all this camping in benches that are included in bargain health facilities and all this untraceable immigrants that are finishing our healthcare facilities. So that is what my study is about. And now moving forward, colleagues, you therefore notice that South African healthcare law system, they are strong on paper, but the reality of the concept referring to the fictional scenario that I've indicated is that in practice, this is actually failing. When you look at Section 27 and also the NA, it promises healthcare to everyone. Meanwhile, the reality is that marginalized communities are subjected to explicit rationing. I mean, what's going on is that overcrowding and division is taking place, as indicated replicated in Rahuma Mosa hospitals, and also corruption and mismanagement is also taking place, and stockouts and bed data is actually ongoing. So this matter therefore says to us that there's actually law that is law versus reality. I'm sorry about that. So this therefore goes to tell us that there consists sort of like a gap between law and reality, because rights do exist, but access is blocked. When you look at the human cost, there's delayed care that is resulting to poverty, loss of wages, and this is subjecting most of the individuals to therefore go to their social needs, take money out of their pocket, try to visit hospital, which is something that we're not supposed to happen. So my study goes further to argue that looking at this dilatory tactics, the constitutional drafters are actually at fault. Why do I say so? My paper suggests that the constitutional drafters are at fault because they universalize this right by affording this right to everyone. Everyone meaning that even illegal migrants, they now have access to this right. Even those that are documented have access to this right. And if you look at the reality context, is that marginalized communities, that of which are from South Africa, they don't have access to this right. So the paper suggests that a national-based approach was supposed to be used so as to test drive the fact that can we afford this public healthcare facilities to South Africans. It's only when we can afford these healthcare facilities to South African citizens, we can therefore go about affording this public healthcare facilities to outsiders. Colleagues, I know to some of you guys it might seem discriminatory when I say that we should apply a national-based approach. But what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that when it comes to public health care facility, a national-based approach should be used, and when it comes to illegal immigrants, maybe they should revert to a private-based approach. So, moving forward, I did explain the explicit versus, and now I'll go to the core issues. So now the core issues of my study, it emphasized more on the promise versus reality, because you'd notice that the promise is that the 1996 Constitution, it guaranteed this right. Meanwhile, there exists a gap in the reality and law, and the lived reality is so huge. I mean, one would ask him or herself as to why implicit rationing happens, but you know that implicit rationing happens because of the supply side failures and funding and understaffing, poor infrastructure and medical stock out. I mean, this is evident that even governance failure and corruption, poor planning, weak accountability, resources are lost before they could even reach their potential. And given that, my study therefore suggests that given all the circumstances that are happening in our nation, in our healthcare outcome, there need to be an implementation of a national-based approach that is going to be used as a test drive to see as to can this right be afforded to South African citizens. And also we need to institutionalize a traceable demand, because currently you'd know that illegal immigrants are hopping in and out of our hospitals, in and out of our clinics, and we can't even trace as to how many are they that are collecting this said medication. But when it's time for us to account to the demand, we only are counting our demand based on the South African citizens within the indicated communities. So given that, public participation needs to be entrenched so as to bring about accountability, so as to do away with dilatory tactics and come about implementing an institutionalized traceable demand. So it is important for me to also indicate that the relevance of this study is contributing to the integration of constitutional law and also health policy and public administration, so as to do away with a society that promised access to all. Meanwhile, the reality is that access is not given to everyone, but access is given to those that are known, those that show up, and those that are seen. So also, colleagues, allow me to end my presentation by indicating that health is the key driver of sustainable development in Africa. The explicit challenges such as resource shortages and infrastructure gaps, and implicit challenges such as bureaucratic inefficiencies and ethical lapse highlight how governance and leadership have fallen short. I mean, addressing this through innovation and policy and ethical leadership, it is critical to build a resilient public health care system that can support a sustainable development and also rapidly change South Africa at large, especially the healthcare facilities of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? We'll allow 3 hands. 3 hands, 3 questions. We've got one here in the middle, one. Can we get one more question? One more. So we've got 3. There's a lady here, the other one at the back, and then
Ask them to stand. It's difficult to see.
And when asking questions, please stand up.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. And in your presentation, you spoke about immigrants. Dr. Popi Ramatuba once said that immigrants, whether legal or illegal, should not get medical care. What is your view on that? Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I wanted to ask as to why you are placing fault in the drafters of the Constitution, and if you are placing fault in the drafters of that section of the Constitution that healthcare should be provided for everyone. But I want to ask if you made any research on the history of those decisions and why it was drafted that way, and instead of faulting the drafters, couldn't you have asked for a reform or a revision of that section in the Constitution? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I just want to check with you, what is your research problem? Because you have mentioned a lot of things, and I ended up failing to grasp it. I strongly believe that maybe you might find that it was one of some of the things that you have mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with you. My research problem is how implicit rationing is currently affecting the South African healthcare outcome. So what I mean is that implicit rationing is the lived reality of stock out, medication stock out, queues, and benching in camps. So I was basically saying that problem is, benching on camps and also queues and long queues and what so forth is currently affecting our health outcome because it's leading to most individuals not having access to medication. Although on white paper it indicates that everyone has the right to healthcare facility, but the lived reality of implicit rationing is not like that. And then when coming to the first question about Popi Ramatuba, I'll say that I agree, even though I didn't mention it, but on my research paper that I admitted, I referred to one of the cases of MEC of Health versus LWM, which was a case that was appealed by the Minister of Health, where they indicated that they are opposing the fact of illegal immigrants being afforded public health care facilities because currently they are also contributing to to allocation of funds being affected, especially because we are not having enough infrastructures and supply and to accommodate them. And then when coming to the second question about the constitutional drafters, I don't know if I grasped it. Okay, I did research on that and I did refer to it on my paper also on paragraph, on page 6, whereas what I'm basically saying is that I'm not, I don't know how to respond it, but on my page 6 of my paper, what I emphasized, can you please come again with the question? Yes, the second lady. Okay. Oh, I think I got it now. Okay. So on my page 6, I did emphasize something related to that, where I indicated that when the drafters of the Constitution drafted section 27(1)(a), when they referred to the wording everyone, they didn't take cognizance of migrants, but rather they took cognizance of the past dilatory tactics between the white and the poor, meaning that when section 27(1) was drafted, it was drafted to bridge a gap between the blacks and the white, where black people didn't really have access to healthcare facilities because they didn't have funding for that. So that is how this right came about. Hence, I gave a recommendation to say that now that we stuck with deficiencies such as illegal immigrants coming into our country and having access under the scope of section 21, under the okay, under the scope and the wording of the Constitution, it is time for us to go back and try to make a reform and make them understand that the wording everyone is not extended to them, but rather it is extended to blacks and whites within the South African. Because if it's extended to them, we're likely not to have health facilities, resources like I indicated on my scenarios.
Can we please have the next speaker coming to the front, Mashabela? And while Mashabela is coming to the front, I'd just like to check Munyomba and Rama Leba. Do we have your presentations? You submitted.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and fellow researchers, good afternoon. It is both a privilege and a responsibility to stand before you today to address a matter that lies at the intersection of constitutional law, occupational health, and social justice. I am Lerulela Mashabela, a master's candidate at the University of Limpopo, and my presentation is entitled Legal Duties and Liabilities for Occupational Injuries in South African Healthcare Facilities. But make no mistake, this is not merely a legal inquiry, this is a constitutional inquiry. We are here to ask a fundamental question. Does the law protect those who protect us? I invite you to journey with me through the legal framework, the constitutional challenges, and the urgent need for reform. Let us begin. So the constitutional question at the heart of this research arises from the high-risk environment of South African public healthcare facilities. Healthcare workers face daily exposure to infectious diseases like HIV and TB, physical strain, and psychological trauma. Section 27(1)(a) of our Constitution guarantees the right to access healthcare services, but this right depends on a functional healthcare system staffed by a healthy and protected workforce. When healthcare workers are injured or contract diseases due to employer negligence and are barred from seeking legal recourse, we must ask, is this constitutional? The aim of the study is to investigate the constitutionality of Section 35 of COIDA, the provision that bars employees from suing their employers, and to recommend reforms that would better align the Act with constitutional values of accountability, dignity, and access to justice. At the heart of this constitutional inquiry is Section 35(1) of COIDA. This provision establishes a no-fault compensation system, but simultaneously bars employees from suing their employers for additional damages in court. On its face, this seems reasonable. It ensures swift compensation. However, the constitutional problem arises when an employer is clearly negligent. For example, if a hospital fails to provide safe equipment or adequate training and a worker contracts HIV through a needle stick injury, that worker cannot hold the employer liable in court. This raises a critical constitutional question. Does Section 35(1) unjustifiably limit the constitutional right of healthcare workers? We must examine whether this provision violates the right to bodily and psychological integrity in terms of Section 12, the right to a safe working environment in terms of Section 24, and the right to access healthcare services in terms of Section 27. To assess the constitutional question, I adopt a doctrinal research approach, analyzing relevant legislation, policy frameworks, and case law. I also use a comparative approach, examining how selected foreign jurisdictions like Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom handle similar issues. This comparative analysis helps us understand whether South Africa's approach is constitutionally justifiable or whether alternative models better protect workers' constitutional rights. This study assesses whether foundational constitutional principles like accountability and transparency are sufficiently embedded within COIDA's governance structure, or whether the current system undermines these principles. Now, this slide examines key cases that have shaped the interpretation of COIDA's exclusive remedy provision through a constitutional lens. Without undermining the rest of the sources that I use, please allow me to further indulge on this case law. The Mahlangu vs. Minister of Labour case. This is a recent constitutional victory that directly addresses constitutional rights. The court declared that the exclusion of domestic workers from COIDA's definition of employee unconstitutional, ruling that it violated the rights to dignity and social security under Section 9, Section 10, and 27 of the Constitution. The Mahlangu case is crucial because it confirms that exclusions from COIDA can be constitutionally invalid. This raises the question, does the absolute bar on civil claims in Section 35(1) similarly violate the constitutional right of healthcare workers? Despite these cases, a significant gap remains. It is unclear whether a healthcare worker who contracts HIV, TB, or suffers a back injury due to employer negligence can challenge Section 35(1) of COIDA on constitutional grounds. This is the gap my research seeks to address. To assess whether Section 35(1) is constitutionally justifiable, I examined how other jurisdictions balance workers' rights with efficient compensation systems. First, Australia. Now, Australia operates a no-fault workers' compensation system similar to COIDA. However, the Australian system includes various state and territory schemes with different approaches to accountability. This comparative data helps us assess whether South Africa's absolute bar on civil claims is constitutionally necessary or whether more rights protective models exist. Second, Canada. Some Canadian provinces have adopted presumptive legislation for occupational diseases. For instance, PTSD is first responders. This shifts the burden of proof from the employee to the state, making it easier for workers to claim for specific conditions. This is a constitutional safeguard. It ensures that workers are not penalized by evidentiary hurdles that could violate the right to access justice and social security. This is directly relevant to healthcare workers who struggle to prove that diseases like TB were contracted at work. Third, the United Kingdom. The UK presents the clear constitutional contrast to South Africa. In the UK, employers are not barred from suing their employers for negligence, in addition to claiming workers' compensation. Now, the UK model demonstrates that it is constitutionally possible to maintain a compensation fund while holding employers liable and protecting workers' constitutional rights to dignity and access to justice. These comparative examples suggest that South Africa's absolute bar on civil claims may not be constitutionally necessary. Alternative models exist that better balance rights and interests. Now, based on my constitutional analysis, I identified several findings. First, that there is a lack of accountability, constitutional accountability at that. COIDA's no-fault system reduces the incentive for employers to maintain the highest safety standards. When there is little direct financial consequence for negligence, employers may be less motivated to invest in safety, potentially violating healthcare workers' constitutional right to safety, to a safe working environment under Section 24. Second, there is a risk of non-compliance. The absolute bar on civil claims may lead to non-compliance with occupational health and safety duties. If employers know they are protected from lawsuits, they can cut corners on safety, placing healthcare workers at risk. This undermines the constitutional duty to respect, to protect, and fulfill the right to health. Third, there is tension between efficient compensation and constitutional justice. The current framework creates a tension between efficient worker compensation, which is a legitimate state interest, the constitutional imperative to hold negligent employers accountable. Now, the Mklangu case reminds us that efficiency cannot come at the expense of constitutional rights. My research found that the current system does not adequately balance constitutional principles of accountability, of dignity, and of access to justice. Now, the legal question to my research, this slide presents the constitutional questions at the heart of my research and my proposed reforms to address. My main constitutional question is, does Section 35 of COIDA unjustifiably limit constitutional rights of healthcare workers? Specifically, I argue that the absolute bar on civil claims raises serious constitutional concerns under Section 12, under Section 24, and under Section 27 of the Constitution. Now, my primary recommendation is to reform Section 35(1) to create a narrow negligence exception for healthcare workers, allowing civil claims only when employer negligence is proven. In concluding, understanding the constitutionality of Section 35(1) is essential for protecting healthcare workers' constitutional rights. Without reform, the lack of constitutional accountability may lead to continued non-compliance by employers, placing healthcare workers at risk and undermining the constitutional right to health. My final recommendation is that reforming Section 35(1) to allow civil claims in cases of employer negligence is not just a policy choice, it is a constitutional necessity. It is crucial for enhancing workplace safety, promoting accountability, and protecting the healthcare workforce that sustains our constitutional right to health. To close, I want to leave you with this constitutional principle. The Constitution demands not just compliance, but accountability. The goal is to foster a culture of safety that respects the dignity and rights of every healthcare worker. Thank you.
Questions? 3 hands maximum. Any questions from the floor? Any questions, points of clarity? Do I have any questions?
Yeah, let me start by welcoming the presentation. I have a question with regard to an employee who can contact, for example, an HIV through a needle. I have heard that you mentioned that it might be difficult for them to hold an employer accountable. So with regard to the results or findings of your study, what recommendations can find maybe balance between that situation? Thank you.
Any other question? Going once, going twice?
Okay, thank you for the question. Can you kindly please rephrase? But can I please hear the question once again?
Okay, I just wanted to check with your recommendations in that case, what maybe should be done.
Okay, so thank you again for that. So now, what should be done with regards to this? What I suggest should be done, according to my research, is that already the compensation that employees in the healthcare get is below the belt, below what the actual injury is. So I'm saying that maybe if we move or we reform the section to say, let's allow for employees to sue in cases of negligence. So when maybe an employee would contract HIV through needle stick, it could be because the employer didn't provide sufficient equipment for that employee to conduct their duties. So in that case, that is considered as negligence. So what do we do in that case? So can we say that, can we take it out of the compensation and to take it to court to say, this was a negligent act by my employer and can I sue them for damages? Because HIV can be a long-term disease. And with the compensation, can that compensation fund for that whole of the disease, that lifetime disease? Hence, I'm saying, can we consider this and reform it to say maybe if there's negligence, can we take it outside the compensation to our legal courts?
Thank you, Madam Mashabela, for the insightful presentation. Our next presenter will be Moncha. Or is it Moncha? Can you please come to the front?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raslan Manta. I'm from the Department of Economics. I'm here to present my study on the general equilibrium investigation of the impact of food prices changes on South Africa and selected regions agricultural sector. The study was under the supervision of Ms. Pumla and Prof. Munali. Just to briefly introduce, I believe that the matter of food price is the one that affects each and every one of us. So with a growing population, we are trying to balance the food supply that is there in the world, but we are faced with an issue of increasing food prices. We all know that South Africa has a very strong history in agriculture and it's having a very global impact when it comes to producing agricultural products. But with the issue of food price increases, we can say that prices don't just normally increase, but they are affected by certain factors which I mentioned in my introduction, such as the energy, the feed prices, and the fertilizers. But those are not only the reasons that cause the increase in food prices. We can also see when it comes to the issues of the war that is there. So when there's a war between, for example, Ukraine and Russia, we find ourselves in a position whereby the food prices end up increasing because of the factors that affect such cases. So when there are increased food prices, we find that people are unable to buy food that is nutritious. So we find ourselves in a position whereby people end up settling for the food that is harmful to them, or they find themselves in a position of malnutrition. So according to the Peter Marisbeck Economic Justice and Dignity Group, they stated in their report in 2024 that between December 2019 and December of 2024, they've shown that the food price basket in South Africa has increased by significantly 60%. So that takes us to the objectives of the study. So this study, as you have seen on the title, that is studies the food price changes. We are looking at the effect of a 60% price increase on the agricultural sector, and also a possible recommendation of a 30% decrease on the food price in the agricultural sector. So moving on to the literature, the study took into account the following theoretical literature, such as the demand and supply theory that studies how the demand and the supply is affected by changes in food prices. And also the price elasticity of demand that measures how consumers respond to the changes in the price of food. And also the Ricardian model of comparative advantage, where we can see who gets to benefit from the price increase between the importers and the exporters. So under the empirical literature, the following authors by Bayale et al. 2024, Valeda et al. 2024, and the one that you see there 2025, and Ezek 2026, they used the computable general equilibrium model to assess how an increase in the food price affects, and the results show that an increase in food prices negatively affect the key macroeconomic factors such as consumption, welfare, production output, GDP, and imports. And studies by Jimenez and the colleague in 2022, and Traore and the colleague in 2024, and Zidomba et al. 2025, they've shown that a decrease in food prices has the potential to increase the total production and GDP. For our literature, our research methodology, as I've mentioned, the research took the route of the GTAP, which is a global trend analysis project, which was established in the Purdue University. This is the CGE model that is able to show us the trade flows between too many countries. So if you look at the second paragraph, it shows us that this is a GTAP model 10.A. It has about 141 countries, 65 sectors, and 5 factors of production in it. And then the countries that we looked at in GTAP, we call them regions. We are looking at South Africa being the one that is increasing the prices or decreasing the prices, how it affects the European region, the Southern African Development Community, which is the SADC, and also the rest of the world. Because of the nature of the model, it doesn't allow you to just use one country. You need to group them. So I have chosen the following regions because when I looked at the 2025 biggest importers of South African agricultural products, we found that the European region was number 1, followed by the SADC countries. So with this research, we wanted to find out that if South Africa as a developing country decides to increase or decrease the prices, how is it going to affect the European region, which is their biggest importer, but yet a developing country, and also the SADC countries which follow after the European region, which are the developing countries, and also the rest of the world, so that we do not have results that are biased. And also, these are the variables that we took into account. We took into account world prices, consumer prices, consumer domestic quantity, consumer input quantity, production quantity, welfare, real GDP, which are generated automatically by the software of GTAP. So we don't choose them, but when we choose to study agriculture, the software gives us the variables that we need to look into. So, as I've already mentioned, that we have studied a 60% increase and also adjusting to a 30% decrease in food prices. We shocked the 60% increase by -91 in the software and the 30% decrease by +46% in the software. So these are the results that we got for both an increase and a decrease. So if you can see on your left there, the 60% increase in the food price shows us that the world prices, I'll only focus on the agricultural sector for today because of time. This is a very big study. So it shows us that with the world prices, if South Africa decides to increase the prices by 60%, the world prices are going to increase by 59.60%. And if we decrease from the 60% by 30%, the prices are going to decrease by 30.11%. When we look at the consumer domestic quantity for South Africa, the agricultural sector is going to see a negative 5.57%, the European region a negative 9.37%, SADC negative 8.85%, the rest of the world will experience a negative 17.47%. But when we look on the right side, when we apply a decrease in the food prices, we see an improvement in the domestic quantity across all the regions. But we must also take into account that the economic state of a European region compared to the other countries is that European region is a developed region. So the effect might not be as hard on them because of the difference in the currencies as compared to the developing countries. So when we look at the welfare as well, it shows us that an increase in the food price will increase South Africa by the resource allocation by 9%. Oh, 9 million. Okay, the welfare results are in millions. 9 million, and then it's going to decrease the technological changes. The terms of trade also is going to increase, and then the investment saving terms is going to increase, and then the total is the amount that you see. Because of time, I'm just going to brush through these things. So when we decrease the food price by 30%, we see there's a negative effect on the welfare of South Africa, but then the positive effect across the other regions. So the consumer price also is indicated here that there's an increase in the consumer prices if we increase the price, and the decrease across all regions if we decrease the price. And then I also want to focus on the real GDP for now. So if we increase price, the gross domestic product across all the regions, we can see that it is decreasing. But when we decide to decrease the price, the GDP is increasing.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pity she couldn't get to her final findings and recommendations, but for what you've heard, I hope you've got questions for today. So can we have a round of questions? And we've got 1, 2, 3. We have another one at the back. Let me see if I can pick.
Thank you for your presentation. And my question to you is, since there is a change in food prices, do you think subsistence farmers should take advantage of this and sell the crops that they grow as well as their animals? Because since they do not use substances like GMOs, they spend less, which means that their products will be cheaper. Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you for your presentation. That's nice. My question is, you mentioned something about the GTAB, né? And GTAB assumes, I think, that when food prices rise, labor moves to other sectors. Again, yeah. So my question is, when labor moves to other sectors in South Africa, we basically don't have that much sectors to absorb laborers that are moving from a certain sector to another. So did your model show workers moving or workers losing their jobs? And if it did show them, is that the real, like looking at South Africa now, are workers going to move to other sectors since, there's none to absorb?
Thank you for the presentation. Ma'am, during your presentation, I kept on hearing a certain keyword. Although you didn't mention it directly, but I feel like you kept on mentioning inflation because you spoke about the increase in the price of goods. So as much as these prices of goods kept increasing, do you think that price stability and economic balance was still maintained? And my second question is that how can the government intervene to combat the increase in the prices of goods?
Okay. Thank you for the questions. For the purpose of remembrance, I will start with the last question. Inflation, let me start there. Inflation is the general increase of all the prices. So for this study, we're only focusing on the food prices. So inflation itself, it involves the other prices as well. So with price stability, which the monetary policy is the one responsible for the price stability, I would like to just answer on the part for my food prices. There is a need for price stability, which the monetary policy is responsible for. So that is part of the policy recommendation that is there for us to encourage price stability. I'd like to say, I'm talking about the food price changes, focusing on both the increase and the decrease. And once we are looking at both the sides of prices, that is where I'm trying to encourage the importance of us stabilizing the prices. That, okay, if we can see that there's a negative effect of a price increase, how about we try to decrease the price in accordance to what is economically happening, so that we can find ourselves in a position whereby we can say that prices are stable for that moment, or else we'll continue to be in a country where there is no price stability at all. So, and also, ma'am, the second question that was asked, that the methodology says that the labor tends to move, if there's no productivity in the agricultural sector, the labor tends to move to the other sector. I believe that if you can look at the results that I'm displaying, it shows the effect on the agricultural sector, the manufacturing, and also the service sector. So you can see the movement from the results. It's just that I couldn't speak about them because of the time. This is I tried to put two studies into one study, which is killing me with time. And also, okay, the first question was about the products being cheaper. I think there's a difference between a consumer and a producer that we need to come back to. The goal of a producer is to make profit. So products being cheap does not satisfy their goal as a producer. So for them, they want to make more profit by the prices being high. So if we say that we should find ourselves in a position whereby prices are cheaper, it means for them, they are not going to like it, but for the rest of us as the country, it's going to benefit us in a way. But then with the factors that are affecting the food prices, there is a need for stability when it comes to food prices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Munta. And I think most of the discussions, you will continue with them over your tea break this afternoon. Can we have the next speaker, Bubela, to come to the front? It is now your turn.
before I can introduce myself and introduce my study, I would like to give you this scenario, right? So imagine working your entire life. Let me start again. I wanted to give you a scenario before I can introduce my topic and myself. Imagine working your entire life, contributing faithfully.
Oh, let him proceed, eh?
I will just hold the mic.
I'll leave it. Okay. Proceed without the mic, you'll hear. It's audible.
Just the time, I was saying, imagine working so hard for your entire life, contributing faithfully to your pension fund, to only to retire and discover no court has made any decision, has no written admissions by you. Now the question is this lawful or is this legal? Now, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Popela Karabo, and I'm a master's student in labor law here at the University of Limpopo. So the title of my presentation is The Legality of Withholding Pension Benefits of a Member Prior to Disbursement by the Employer. But I wrote on there it was disbursement, but I changed that it's payment, but it's still the same, by the way. So the motivation behind this research is that pension benefits, they are a critical form of social security which are protected in terms of Section 27 of the Constitution. And also, they are also protected in terms of Section 37A of the Pension Funds Act. However, or despite this protection, employers, they frequently ask or request these funds to withhold the pension benefits of the employees pending the legal proceedings. And also Section 37D of the Pension Funds Act 24 of 1956 does not expressly authorize such withholding. And this created legal uncertainty, and also the need for clarity on this withholding was the one that actually led me to research about this title. So let me move. So as I already introduced, that pension benefits, they are protected in terms of Section 27 of the Constitution, primarily Section 27, subsection 1C of the Constitution, because they are a form of social security. And are also protected in terms of Section 37A of the Pension Funds Act from any hypothecation, from any cession or transfer, because they're also formed out of social security. However, there is a general exception, which is Section 37D of the Pension Funds Act, which allows the employer to recover the losses that has been caused by the employee in a workplace through theft, fraud, or dishonesty. And also Section 33 of the Constitution further guarantees the right to just administrative action, because every right or every decision that affects the member must be fair and reasonable. So due to the fact that the Pension Funds Act says nothing about the withholding of the pension funds, this created so many problems in the workplaces, whereby employers, they request withholding based on allegation at the termination of the employment. And also the pension funds, they respond inconsistently. And also the members, they suffer from prolonged uncertainty and financial hardship. So the purpose of this study is to examine whether Section 37D of the Pension Funds Act provides a lawful basis of withholding pension benefits prior to payment. So moving to the research problem of my study is that the absence of statutory framework that regulates the implied power to withhold pension benefits under Section 37D of the Pension Funds Act, it actually makes the courts to have uncertainties. And while the courts have recognized this power, the Act itself does not expressly regulate how and when it should be exercised. And how things should be is that ideally, Pension funds must be paid promptly when it's due, and withholding must be strictly defined to well-defined legal parameters. And also there must be a legal balance between the employer's interest and also the employee's interest. And how things are now currently is that employers, as I already said, that the employers, they request withholding based on mere allegations. And also pension funds, they respond inconsistently. And also members, they suffer from prolonged financial hardship. So moving to my literature review, I have three topics, which is what my objectives of the study was: to examine the legal basis of this withholding, and also to look at the substantive requirements and also the procedural requirements. And under the legal basis is that in the case of Highveld Steel, which is a very landmark case and very important in my study, and in this case, the court examined the legality of withholding pension benefits in terms of Section 37D of the Pension Funds Act. And the court gave an implied power to employers to withhold such pension benefits. Before the SCA gave this, it was the Court of First Instance, which is the High Court, was in for the employee, which dismissed the application of the employer. But when the employer went to the SCA, they gave the employers the right to withhold such benefits, because the court used a purposive interpretation of the behind the section. And also, in the case of Voltex versus Bidvest, is a recent case of 2025, they also used the purposive interpretation of whereby the reason behind the definition or the reason behind the meaning of Section 37D. And in terms of substantive requirement, the Financial Service Tribunal, which is a financial sector, they defined misconduct that it must involve dishonesty, and gross negligence does not suffice. And with the definition of dishonesty, it remains unclear of whether should it also include gross negligence or not. And also, evidentiary threshold for prima facie case is still undefined in terms of substantive requirements. And in the case of Sasol South Africa versus Sasol Pension Fund, which is a written case also, they also dealt with that both the criminal and the civil proceedings are the basis of withholding the pension benefits. And also in terms of the procedural fairness, in the case of Van Charles Veek versus GSV Flexi Retirement Fund, it held that members must be heard before withholding. And also, despite this decision, which is the Highveld Steel, the case of Sasol Van Charles Veek, the question is, the procedural fairness is still not defined correctly, and also what is the reasonable period, what is the reasonable notice is still identified. And some of the scholarly contribution made that they just explained the constitutional framework, they also explained the benefit of withholding, but they never interacted with the constitutional basis. And also Maruma Hai, one of his articles, he just explained the fiduciary duties but did not outline the constitutional basis of withholding such pension benefits. And in terms of methodology, I've used qualitative and non-empirical, which is I didn't do surveys and I'm not doing any interviews. And the methods that are there are also doctrinal legal research, which I'm doing a systematic analysis and interpretation of legal sources, which is the Constitution, the Pension Funds Act, and whatsoever. And also, I'm using comparative legal analysis with the United Kingdom, because United Kingdom is one of the most developed countries and has a very straightforward in terms of the process of withholding the pension funds. And on the findings and discussion, I found that there is a constitutional ambiguity in the case of Highveld Steel versus Autism, which I already dealt with that. They only acknowledge the implied power to withhold, but the power resides in statutory silence and not formally codified. And also, there is also identified procedural fairness standards. And also, I found that the UK framework offers valuable lessons, which is Section 91, subsection C of the Pension Funds UK. it says that no unilateral withholding without court order if contested. And also it protects the members' rights. And also in the UK, there is a structured adjudicative process whereby they enforce a mandatory internal dispute resolution. And also in those internal or early resolution tools, 49% of those mechanisms are done informally. And some of my recommendation is legislative amendment, tests for unreasonable delay, and also comprehensive guidelines. So in conclusion, the current legal framework lacks clear and procedural criteria, and the procedural standard is insufficiently defined. In the UK, they demonstrate structured adjudicative process, which improves clarity and fairness. And also, I would like to mention that my study doesn't say that the withholding must not be there, but there must be procedural and also substantive fairness when withholding such benefits. Thank you.
There we have a hand there, and at the back, and the lady there. The lady in black.
Good afternoon. My question is, many employees worry about whether their employer can simply stop or hold back their pension benefits when they leave a job, especially if there's a dispute or allegation against them. And under Section 87D of the Pension Fund Act, in what situation is it actually legal for an employer to request them that a member pension benefits be withheld before they are paid? Specifically, what strict condition must be met, such as proof of theft, fraud or dishonesty or misconduct? Thank you.
Mr. Karabo, thank you for your presentation. My question to you is, I have two questions. I want to ask, at what point should pension benefits be withheld? Should it be withheld like at the beginning of the investigation, when the employee is being dismissed, or only after legal determination? Also, my second question to you is, how do we balance an employer's right to recover losses caused by the misconduct with an employee's constitutional right to access their pension benefits?
Thank you for your presentation, Karabo. My question is, you have mentioned the issues of delays in payments of the pension funds, but we cannot ignore that potentially in those cases there could be merit for a claim. So in your recommendations, have you explored the possibilities of saying maybe within, let's say if pension funds should be paid within 30 days, you give employers 15 days to say, within the 15 days, you should have quantified potentially the amount that could be equivalent to what you want to claim for. Then you pay out the rest so that they can still be able to survive within that period. So, yeah, have you explored the possibility of that?
Okay, thank you very much for your questions. I would like to start with you, sir. In terms of quantifying, I actually learned about quantifying yesterday to say that one of my lecturer gave me a recommendation to say that before you can give recommendation, look at what is the amount that needs to be established before. I didn't look at the quantifying of the amounts I learned about that yesterday, of the quantifying of the amounts. And then with the balancing of the employer and the employee's interest, currently in my study, I'm actually advocating for the balance of both employer and the employee, because currently the law is actually favoring the employer, because Section 37D actually gives the employer the right to withhold such benefits and not giving the appropriate means of the employee to be against of that. That is why my research is basically going through the procedure and also the balancing competing interests. Currently, there is no balancing competing interest between both parties. It only favors the employer. And also, your first question, sir, you mentioned that in terms of in which circumstances does this they withhold such benefits in terms of misconduct, theft. Okay, before they can withhold such benefits, mostly right now, the employers, they don't talk to the employees. They just call the pension funds and they do what? They withhold such benefits. But if there is a prima facie evidence that shows that you have you have committed a misconduct in a workplace, or you have committed theft in a workplace, that will quantify, or that will result in you, the thing is, your pension benefits being withheld. If there is evidence that shows that you have been the one who has committed the crime, they are going to withhold such benefits. But if they can't see that you are the one who have stolen the money or have committed misconduct in the workplace, they are firstly going to make investigations. And in terms of making the delay, it's also one of the things that I'm actually trying to check, that there must be no prolonged circumstances whereby the person waits for so many years for their pension benefits. And they should actually have a specific procedure whereby if a certain employee has committed this misconduct, there's a certain procedure whereby they investigate such withholding of these pension funds. And also one of the recommendations is that I wanted to give, but due to time, is that this withholding of pension benefits, they must be treated like special. They must be treated like gender applications, because pension benefits, they are a social security, which means that if they prolong, these people, they're not going to be able to cater for their needs or be able to take care of their, if they have children, or they're not going to able to take care of their necessary needs. And I don't know if whether I left any question.
Thank you, Mr. Popela. Can we have the next presenter, Mpanyan? Mpanyan, if you're ready.
Esteemed faculty members, colleagues, guests, and
viewers at home. My name is Tofat Ompanyane, as introduced and displayed. I am an LLM candidate in labor law, and I'm very honored to stand before you and present my research titled "The Minimum Wage for Unskilled, Non-Standard Workers in South Africa, Issues and Perspectives." I want to put much emphasis on the word unskilled, as it will drive or draw a clear picture of what this study entails or seeks to explain. As opposed to skilled workers, unskilled workers cannot negotiate their salaries. You find your skilled specialists, your pharmacists, your doctors, and other workers who are able to say, I want a certain amount in order to do a certain job. So this study seeks to dive deep into the work relationship of non-standard workers and how they're exploited. The question of who is an employer and who is an employee has become a legal puzzle that leaves millions of workers unprotected. This law has been amended various times, even in 2014, specifically the LRA. Section 23 of the Constitution guarantees everyone, and the term everyone should be explicitly understood in that sense, that everyone should be protected and should be able to have clear labor rights. In my study, I used a fictional character and fictional business as to explain the concept of non-standard workers. Unfortunately, it's not visible, but then in my study I used a fictional character called Margaret. Margaret works for a company, Mr. Neat and Tidy, but her services are used by another company. She wears the clothes, she's instructed by the second company, although she's in a contractual obligation with the first company. It creates a triangular relationship wherein there are three people. The core problems of this research is to what extent do labor laws protect the right to fair wages for non-standard workers. And here we are seeking to actually understand where the safety net, which was meant to protect these workers through the LRA section 198. What this section entails is that non-standard workers should be considered the same as employees. They should have the same labor rights, they should be afforded the same labor protection. But if we can view how this systematic relationship between a nominal employer, the client, and the employee somehow creates a sense of exploitation between this employee, the non-standard worker. The second research question is, what key factors can that contribute to the exploitation of non-standard workers? And just to skim through them, the third one is the international best practices, wherein we try to find which best solutions we can use in order to answer our research questions. And the fourth one is the reform, and how can we integrate those solutions into our legislation. Employment status as a gatekeeper. As I mentioned in my starting submissions, that we have a legal puzzle wherein we can't clearly define who is an employee and who is an employer. Section 213, it explains who is an employee in layman's terms. The person should be employed, they should receive remuneration from the person who employed them, and they should be controlled by that person. But this legal architecture creates a problem wherein it can be easily exploited by companies. In the case of CETA versus CCMA, what they found is that in order to answer this question of who is an employee, we can look at various tests, such as the organizational test, the dominant impression test,
which is the holistic test, that one, the control test and the economic test. What this test entails is that economically we look at where are you receiving the money. The control test, who controls your day-to-day activities, who says do this, do that. And the organizational test, which is an integration into the company. Are you an integrated member of the company? As I have explained, this triangular relationship which creates exploitation. Now, I want you to keep this case in mind so that when going forward, I think it might make sense. There's a case of Uber South Africa Technologies Pty Ltd. What they found is that the relationship between the person who owns the car, the employee, and Uber, it creates a triangular relationship. Now, the employees of Uber or your Bolt drivers and Uber drivers were saying, no, we are actually employees of Uber because it controls our day-to-day activities, and in turn, we are remunerated by it. But the labor court, it went for CCMA. Upon CCMA, they gave a verdict that they are employees and should be entitled to a minimum wage and certain benefits that employees have. When the matter went to the labor court then said the CCMA did not have jurisdiction to adjudicate over that matter because these Uber drivers were not employees and were independent contractors. Keep that also in mind. And one might ask themselves that as much as there is exploitation of these workers, what causes it? Throughout this research, or what this research entails and found, is that specific things such as migrant status, wherein migrant workers feel as if they should accept this job because they do not have a status to be in the country, in turn accepting minimum wages below par, and in turn also for lack of a better way, taking jobs that most South Africans would not take because of the salary. Another factor is age. The statistics of youth unemployment, when I was conducting my research, it was sitting at somewhere around 40%. Now it's an astonishing 46%. What this entails is that younger people become desperate to get into the market. Also, female workers. As a group who was previously disadvantaged, whenever they have an opportunity to get into the market, regardless of their pay, they tend to then accept the non-standard work in order to secure food into employment. I had one of my colleagues say, in law, we like using qualitative studies. There's a scholar by the name of Fombart who said, no legal problem is inherent, and no legal problem is inherent and exclusively national in nature or character. What this means is that we like to compare which countries have the similar situations and have combated them. Even Her Majesty Queen Neomopedi said paper to implementation, not verbatim, just to say it, but then what I try to look at in my study is that which countries have had similar problems and had a way of combating them. So I found that the UK and Australia have legislative measures which combated this problem and had systems put in place to answering the legal gaps and possibly finding reforms. In order to explain this slide, I would like to quote a professor within our faculty that the goal is not just employment, but to create jobs which are of quality. Merely employing people and giving them substandard wages does not necessarily advantage them, especially in the economy in the economy that we live in. The call to action arises when we have to balance between companies making profits and people actually earning a decent living. And in the knowledge of time, I would like to end my presentation there. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have questions? Punin. The lady in brown here, the guy with the cap, and Prof there at the back. And then I think maybe after everyone has presented, maybe we'll have a free flow session if we still have time, so that everyone can have a chance to ask. Now we are doing it for fairness, because sessions, no, everyone, on any other speaker.
Okay. Thank you for the presentations. When you started there, you said your topic said something about unskilled employees, workers, and you said we should keep the word unskilled in mind during your presentation, as it's gonna play a huge role in the conversation. So my question is, what is unskilled in South African law? Because I think you're doing law. Yeah. Because the National Minimum Wage Act does not define unskilled versus skilled. It defines only workers. Sectoral discrimination says if you can read, write, you are semi-skilled. You are not unskilled. So in your thesis, who decides who is skilled and unskilled? You or the employer? If the employer calls, another example, no, it's okay, let me just teach you language. Did you get the question?
Yes, I think I've
good presentation, sir. You mentioned that unskilled non-standard workers are affected by immigrants, which are legal or illegal, who accept any offer which they are made, the minimum wage or below. So my question is, how is the system fighting or should fight for the non-standard workers in South Africa? Especially given the situation that is escalating, whereby we find civilians starting the march and march because of such situation. Because of this situation has been long prolonged and there's nothing being done, whether they are legally or illegally. But then they are one of the main causes whereby minimum wages have been made or they receive below par.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mpanyane, for your presentation. Mine is just a simple one, but a rather critical question that I see seems to be prevalent with the law presentations. Right, most of your studies are comparative, right? And when you compare, it's either UK, US, Australia, or Canada. I've not seen any comparing China, Russia. I don't know in your study. Did you try to do that? And if not, why?
Okay. I'm going to start with the last gentleman on why most of our research is comparative. And I try to address that with the quote from Fambart that no legal problem is inherently and exclusive in nature. And to answer the question of Russia and China, some states are non-democratic states, in a sense that when implementing their laws, you are either forced and there's no alternative. In our country, we have a democratic state wherein we have spirits such as Ubuntu and whatnot. So these two countries, UK and Australia, they serve similar systems and or specifically for this research, you find that Australia and the UK are both members of the International Labour Organization. So in turn, what this does is that it creates a platform wherein we can use similar legislations for similar problems. I hope you are answered by that one. The system of fighting match and match. First thing you agree with me is that migrant workers are paid below par. Sorry. I think a lot of you only realize now that there are regulations to not to hiring a certain number or hiring illegal foreigners. Now, in South Africa, I don't think we have a problem of legislation. We have a problem of them being implemented. One of our legislations is of the opinion one of the best, our constitutions. But we have a problem wherein these legislations are not effectively exercised, and there's no regulatory forms in order to ensure that they are complied with. So to answer your question also, if we had strict structures wherein they could control and view the work places of our fellow citizens, to ensure that they are paying workers the minimum wage and they are not hiring foreign nationals. And the other question was, who is unskilled and who is skilled? No problem.
Can we have the next speaker, Munyomba? You are allocated 15 minutes in total. 10 minutes for presentations, 5 minutes for questions.
Good afternoon, distinguished panel members, esteemed colleagues and fellow researchers. My name is David Munyombo. I'm an honors student under the public administration under the School of Economics and Management. So today I'm honored to present my research titled Jobs, Growth and Governance, evaluating the feasibility of the NDP 2030 employment target. So colleagues, before I delve into the details of my study, allow me to set the scene, or by painting a picture and the context that motivated this research. Imagine a South Africa where more than 8.4 million people wake up every morning without a job, where young people fresh out of school from the universities face a 45% chance of not finding employment, where families struggle to put food on the table, pay for their education or access basic healthcare. This is not a hypothetical scenario, but it's a reality in South Africa today. So the National Development Plan adopted in 2012 promised to change this whole thing. It set an ambitious target of creating 11 new jobs by 2020, reducing unemployment to 14% from the 24.9%, which is 25% level at a time. However, by 2024, only 1.3 million jobs had been created, where 9.7 million jobs start with just a few years remaining. And the question that has haunted the policymakers, the researchers, and the ordinary citizens is alike, why? So, the National Development Plan 2030 aims to create 11 jobs by the year 2030 to reduce unemployment and stimulate economic growth. Despite these goals, colleagues, South Africa continues to experience persistently high unemployment, low economic growth, and widespread corruption. South Africa has weakened governance by diverting public resources, reducing investor confidence, and limiting the effectiveness of government programs. This study investigates whether the NDP employment target remains achievable under the current governance environment. Colleagues, the objective of this research is to evaluate the relationship between the corruption and job creation performance in South Africa using secondary data. So the methodology that was adopted, the research approach, it is the qualitative research methodology. The research design, which is the desktop review using the secondary data, as I mentioned. The reason for using this whole method is to analyze the existing evidence on corruption and employment trends in South Africa. The problem statement reads as follows: South Africa continues to experience extremely high unemployment despite numerous policy interventions. The NDP set a target of creating 11 million jobs by 2030, yet progress has remained limited. Between 2012 and 2024, employment increased by only 1.3 million jobs, leaving a significant shortfall. So corruption continues to divert public resources, weaken governance, discourage investment, and reduce employment opportunities. The study therefore examines whether the National Development Plan employment target remains achievable given the persistent impact of corruption. The theoretical framework, the study is guided by 3 theories. Number 1, which is the corruption theory. The corruption theory explains how abuse of public office for private gain undermines governance, accountability, and service delivery. The second theory, which is the institutional economic theory, it suggests that strong institutions promote economic growth, while weak institutions and corruption discourage the investment and employment. The third theory, colleagues, is the unemployment theory, which explains how corruption reduces both public and private investment, leading to fewer employment opportunities. So the application to this study, these theories explain how corruption affects governance, economic performance, and achievement of the NDP employment targets. The literature review reads as follows: that previous studies indicate that corruption has become a major governance challenge in South Africa, whereas state capture also has negatively affected public institutions and service delivery. Corruption also reduces economic growth by discouraging domestic and foreign investment. Municipalities with poor governance generally experience higher unemployment. I think, colleagues, we know that provinces such as Northwest and KZN, they face higher unemployment because of their municipalities, they have poor governance compared to the municipalities in Western Cape. So the success of the National Development Plan 2030 depends largely on good governance, institutional effectiveness, and accountability. So the key theme here, colleagues, is that corruption and unemployment are closely linked and continue to hinder sustainable economic development. The results and discussion. This study identified the following major findings. Corruption has significantly reduced government resources available for job creation. And also the provinces with higher corruption levels recorded lower employment growth. State capture weakened the investor confidence and reduced foreign direct investment. Economic growth remains below the level required to achieve the NDP employment target. So based on the current trends, the target of creating 11 million jobs by 2030 is unlikely to be achieved without significant anti-corruption reforms. So, colleagues, in conclusion, corruption has become one of the greatest barriers to employment creation in South Africa, which reduces government spending on productive investment and discourages private sector investment. Poor governance also continues to undermine the implementation of the National Development Plan. So, colleagues, the study concludes that achieving the NDP target of creating 11 million jobs by 2030 is unlikely unless urgent governance and anti-corruption reforms are implemented. So basically what I mean by this, colleagues, is that if ever the government wants to achieve the NDP 2030 policy, they have to create 133 jobs per month, which is likely to be impossible. So hence the conclusion concludes that achieving the NDP target of creating 11 million jobs is unlikely unless urgent governance and anti-corruption reforms are implemented. So the recommendations for the government and policymakers, they should strengthen anti-corruption measures by elevating them from a legal compliance issue to a core element of the national employment strategy. They also have to remove bureaucratic barriers to entrepreneurship and redirect recovered funds directly into productive public employment programs. For oversight bodies, they should strengthen the operational capacity and independence of the public protector. SIU and NPA embed strict anti-corruption indicators directly into the performance contracts of public sector leadership. For the municipalities and the public entities, they must implement transparent, technology-driven, competitive bidding process to eliminate localized fraud. They should also enforce regular mandatory corruption risk assessments to identify vulnerabilities before funds are lost. Thank you.
Can we have questions? Yeah, right. The lady, it's not by, and who else? There was another one behind you. Is there anyone from this side that wants to ask a question? No one, then we can have that later.
Thank you for the presentation. So what I want to ask is related to what you said about unemployment in provinces such as KZN compared to the Western Cape, right? So what I want to ask is that if the Western Cape's low unemployment rate is being presented as evidence of a successful governance, how do we account for places such as Khayelitsha and Langa, which exist within the very same Western Cape, whereby the public protector has found failures in basic services? Are we measuring the success of the government as a whole or the success of particular parts of the province while the poorer communities remain excluded and marginalized?
Next question.
Thank you for your presentation. Looking at your heading, you said we're going to measure the feasibility of the 2030 again. My question is the NDP 2030 says we need 11 million jobs by 2030. and the unemployment rate by then, 2030, is supposed to be 6% if we achieve that goal. And today, August 2026, we have 4 years and 4 months left for this to end. We have, Stats SA, we have 8.2 million unemployed people, plus 3.5 million discouraged people. To reach the 6%, we need to create 3 million years per year from now, from today, 2026, as we're talking now, to reach that goal. South Africa has never created more than 500k jobs per year in history. So mathematically, NPD 2030 employment target has, it's already dead, basically. So why are we evaluating the feasibility of a corpse like this? Why are we, why?
Last question. Please stand up.
Following your recommendations, we've seen the recommendations that you have given. I want to ask this question to you and the floor. What can we as South Africans or as the youth do to ensure that we create employment amongst ourselves without depending on the government? And because clearly they haven't reached the goal that they've set for themselves, what can we do to make sure that we create something that is able to sustain us for long term?
Okay, let me start with the first question. I think you mentioned that how can we measure, are we measuring the whole province, or are we measuring certain parts of the province? Honestly speaking, like I said, my research is the secondary data, so it's not a I didn't use any sources that are related to the primary data. So I don't know how to answer that, because mine is based on the information that is already there. You understand? Yes. Then the second question, which talks about cops and whatever. The thing is, my lady, the policy is we no longer have time right now. I think we are only left with 4 years, like you mentioned. But the time frame, given the time frame, I think if ever the government can try to gather some financial resources, and maybe borrow money from other countries, they can achieve their goal if ever they really want to achieve it. Because there is no way that you can say it's already dead, whereas we haven't reached to 2030 by now. We're still in 2026. So how about we give them a chance and wait for 2030, then you can now say it's a corpse. Then the third question, whereby you asked how as the youth we can maybe try to create jobs for ourselves or employment. I think we should just start small businesses. Let's just start small businesses, open a car wash. If ever you stay in a kasi, that's what they call it. Just open a car wash, or try to stock food, stock blankets. Nowadays there is social media, post things there on internet. That's how we can create employment for ourselves. Because if ever we want to wait for the government to create jobs for us, I think we're going to wait until we get old. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we have the next presenter, Ramaleva? Ramaleva, if you are here, please come forward.
day, everyone. My name is Blessing Ramariba. I am a Master of Law candidate specializing in public law with a particular interest in governance. The title of my paper is The Psychology of Ethical Leadership Failure in South Africa, Moral Disengagement and its Implications for Governance. South Africa have a good, reasonable and fair legal and governance framework that promote ethical conduct. Our very own constitution on section 1 establishes certain values including accountability, responsiveness, and openness. We also have section 195 of the constitution, which is about public administration. It is stated there that professional ethics must be promoted among public administration. However, despite this strong legal and governance framework, in South Africa we continue to experience maladministration, corruption, and things like bribery. They continue to be a scourge in our society. For the longest time, I've often wondered, why do leaders who understand the laws and regulations and also understand the ethical standards that is expected of them still continue to engage in unethical conduct? But today I stand before you with pride in that I wonder no more, as I have found an answer. And that answer is moral disengagement. Moral disengagement is a theory that was developed by a Canadian and American psychologist and professor, Albert Bandura. This psychology explained that individuals normally regulate their behavior through internal moral standards. These standards enable people to distinguish between what is right and what is wrong. And when one acts ethically, they get feelings of pride. And when they act unethically, they get to feel guilt or remorse. But however, according to Bandura, these moral standards can be temporarily disengaged. As a result, an individual can engage in unethical conduct without experiencing the same level of guilt or self-condemnation. This engagement allows individuals to be able to justify their unethical behavior and also maintain a positive self-image. Moral disengagement happens through several mechanisms. The first of those is moral justification. Moral justification takes place when one tries to justify their unethical behavior. They can say they are doing this unethical thing so that they are serving a greater purpose or they are having a look at the bigger picture. The second one is euphemistic labeling. Euphemistic labeling involves using a sanitized language so that one can be able to conceal the unethical behavior. Things like comrades must eat, referring to bribes as cold drinks, and also greasing the wheels. Those people are trying to feel better about their unethical conduct. We also have something called advantageous comparison. This one involves when one tries to justify their unethical conduct by comparing it to even bigger unethical conducts. Things like receiving a simple 200 rand traffic bribe. One can easily say it is just 200 rand. Politicians are taking bribe of millions on procurement contracts so that one can be able to feel better, even though that is corruption as well and it is wrong. We have displacement of responsibility, where one simply tries to blame others for their unethical conduct. There's also diffusion of responsibility. This one occurs where decisions are being made collectively. It is easy for one to disregard the significance of their unethical conduct when people are deciding as a whole, so that one can be able to see that my conduct is kind of small, I'm not playing a significant role. But when all the people involved have feelings like that, such unethical conduct can have significant implications. We also have distortion of consequences, where individuals convince themselves that their conduct did not really cause any significant harm. And lastly, it is attribution of blame, where you will find people blaming the consequences, circumstances, and even other individuals for their unethical conduct. The implications of moral disengagement in leadership are significant. When people or leaders are able to justify their unethical conduct, we can forget about accountability ever having taken place. Where there is moral disengagement, institutional integrity will get undermined and unethical behavior becomes a norm. When people perceive that public power, honestly, in accordance to constitutional principles, is not being exercised, it ends up eroding trust as well. We often see political parties conducting political rallies, and also government departments and corporate entities conducting their trainings and workshops. Those things mostly focus on management and also the work that they do. This study recommends that government department, companies, and political parties do workshops specifically focusing on ethical leadership standards, so that leaders can be able to recognize this mechanism as they are taking place and guard themselves against trying to justify their unethical conduct. This study also recommends strengthening our accountability mechanisms, and also it promotes organizational cultures that promote integrity, transparency, and responsibility. When people act ethically, they should be encouraged and rewarded, and those who act unethically, they must face consequences. Thank you.
And thank you, sir. Questions? So the presentation was ethical enough. We got not so ethical. We'll take the guy at the back there, our mic handler, and the lady with the braids.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, who is more responsible for the ethical failure? The individual leader or the system they operate in?
Thank you for your presentation, and my question to you is, do you think that ethics apply to people of power or simply get overlooked because the person is in power? And according to your answer, how does it affect the public and how they view ethics? Thank you.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Do you think that ethics apply to people of power or simply get overlooked because the person is in power? And according to your answer, how does it affect the public and how they view ethics? Thank you.
Thank you. I welcome the insightful presentation. Mine is in relation to the current commissions. held in our country, do you think is an appropriate approach to address the issue of corruption? Thank you.
I will start with the first question about who is responsible, the system or an individual person. I am of the view that an individual person is responsible for corruption. If each and every individual leader decide today that they are not going to engage in unethical conduct, unethical conduct is going to stop. The second one is whether ethics apply only to people of power and how it affects the citizens. Ethics does not only apply to people of power. They apply to each and every one of us, even people in lower positions. And also these things also affect our daily life, this mechanism of disengagement. They get involved in relationship. You can see people trying to gaslight each other so that they can be able to justify their unethical conduct. As for affecting citizens, one thing I've noticed is that this persistent corruption in South Africa, it continues to erase public trust. Individuals are no longer even interested in voting because each and every leader that goes there, they show this unethical conduct. The last one is about the commissions of inquiry. I believe that they are doing justice, as the many people now are able to see what is happening behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and also thank you for making sure you stick within the time limitations. Can we have our last presenter, Mwabelo? Last presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mwabelo, an honor student in Human Resource Management. My study is titled Human Resource Personnel Legal Compliance Challenges and Experiences at the Higher Learning Institution in Limpopo, South Africa. The motivation to embark on this study is because most studies focus on the challenges faced by HR personnel in legal compliance from an organizational perspective rather than exploring the lived experiences of these HR personnel responsible for implementing the labor legislation. So, the human resources are the cornerstone of the institutional governance, in charge of balancing the welfare of the employees with the policies of the institution and the legal regulations. The institution therefore expects the HR to navigate the enormous web of labor laws while managing the hybrid workforce. However, this HR personnel experience challenges in enforcing compliance standards. It has been emphasized by research from Armstrong and Taylor 2023 that the HR personnel operate in an environment that is characterized by legal complexity and administrative burden. However, because they have been collaborating efforts, moving to the problem statement, the findings from studies from Morris 2018 are certain that HR personnel are indeed able to enable the institutions to be successful by providing them with the right quality of employees. However, as it has been indicated that they do experience challenges, this then results in compliance struggles in areas such as unfair dismissals, discrimination, and procedural fairness, which is witnessed in institutions such as Commission for Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration, popularly known as the CCMA, which continues to handle many labor disputes. Consequently, the institution will be faced with employee mistrust, damaged reputation, and legal disputes. The purpose of this study is to explore legal compliance of HR personnel and the challenges they encounter. The research objectives are to explore the experiences of HR personnel when complying with the prescribed labor legislation. Secondly, to determine the legal challenges encountered by HR personnel when performing their duties. And then lastly is to propose practical recommendations to the higher learning institution management to ensure compliance. The research questions have been derived from the objectives accordingly. The significance of the study is that it is essential to understand these barriers contributing to compliance challenges faced by the HR personnel. This is to enhance the institution to review their policy execution. This study will broaden the understanding of the experience compliance challenges encountered by HR personnel, and the findings of the study can be used to provide recommendations to management so that they can develop interventions targeted at these challenges. Moving to the literature review, this study is guided by organizational justice theory, which is concerned with maintaining fairness in the workplace. It is classified based on 3 pillars. The first one is distributive justice, which emphasizes the allocation of resources equally amongst employees, which then requires the HR personnel to display legally compliant behavior by ensuring that rewards, remunerations, and the outcomes they make on disciplinary actions are fairly based on the employees' merit and their performance. Procedural justice refers to the perception of fairness concerning the process that is applied to take a decision, which then requires the HR personnel to simply follow fair and transparent legal requirements processes when they're making certain in various HRM practices, such as during the recruitment processes, during the when promoting employees, and also during the procedural fairness in dismissals as it has been stipulated by the LRA. And then lastly, interactional justice is concerned with the fairness of the process that is applied by the decision maker who is in charge of allocating these outcomes, which then requires that HR personnel should communicate clear and truthful explanations because if they do not do so, the employees may perceive the outcomes to be negative or unfair. Now moving to the legal framework, we have the Labor Relations Act 66 of 1995, which is the cornerstone of employment law in South Africa, aiming to realize and regulate the fundamental rights of the employees and the employer. The Labor Relations Act considers certain acts such as unfair demolitions, arbitrary discrimination, and inequitable promotion to be unfair labor practices, which means this it forms part of non-compliance with this act when it is being performed by the HR personnel. So this act has introduced institutions such as the CCMA to resolve the legal disputes that have been referred to them by the employees for the purpose of affording the aggrieved employees an opportunity to lay a complaint. However, this places a burdensome experience on the HR personnel because they have to prepare evidence, represent the institution, and navigate the labor court litigations in an effort to maintain compliance. The Employment Equity Act has been designed to achieve equity in the workplace by fostering equal opportunities and fair employment and fair treatment in employment practices. And it has been designed to implement affirmative action measures, which is for the aim of redressing the past injustices experienced by the designated group, being Africans, Coloreds, Indians, which is like the category of black people, and then also people living with disabilities, and of course our women. Chapter 2 of the Act deals with unfair discrimination in any employment practices on any ground, including gender, race, pregnancy, language, religion, and so forth. Therefore, the recruitment practices of HR personnel have been revised to comply with the requirements of this Act. However, challenges still remain for HR personnel, including insufficient representation of marginalized groups in top positions and unequal access to employment opportunities. This is because certain racial groups are still underrepresented in the workforce composition. Now, moving to the empirical literature, I will simply jump onto the challenges because of time. A study by Barnes and then 2020 has revealed the widespread challenging difficulties of converting legal requirements into operational practices, reporting that there is a gap between the written policies and the actual execution. And then a study by Deloitte and PwC 2023 shows that employee data privacy is the most increasing compliance complexity because the HR personnel struggle with balancing the monitoring and analytics objectives with the expanding privacy requirements. And then lastly, the research by McLean and Collins 2022 found that resource limitations such as the anonymous reporting channels or lacking specialized training for HR personnel, it forms a part of the compliance capabilities, inhibiting them to comply because there is lower investment in compliance infrastructure. Moving on to the methodology. This study will, or rather has adopted a qualitative research design framed within the interpretivist paradigm to explore the legal compliance challenges and experiences of the HR personnel. The study uses exploratory research design, which is ideal for capturing the non-everyday realities and systematic hurdles faced by HR personnel navigating the labor laws. Primary data will be collected using semi-structured interviews, allowing the participants to fully express their challenges and opinions. The study will use non-probability convenience sampling to select the readily available HR personnel. This is because of time constraints, which will be selected from its population comprising of all the HR personnel employed within the institution. And then the collected data will be analyzed using thematic analysis to identify common themes, patterns, and ideas in the participants' experiences. Ethical approval will be obtained, ensuring confidentiality, informed consent, and voluntary participation. I will simply jump to the recommendations because of time. The study is based on anticipated findings. So based on those anticipated findings, it is expected to propose the following practical recommendations and ultimately answering our last research question. Management should design and fund continuous training programs for HR personnel on labor legislation and amendments made to them. In addition, there could be a labor law specialist to provide mentorship on complex matters. And then management should actively support HR department by responding promptly to compliance concerns and provide sufficient resources to enable them to perform compliance responsibilities effectively. In conclusion, the measures from the recommendations are expected to minimize institutional risk while promoting fair, transparent, and legally compliant HR practices within the higher learning institution. I thank you.
Questions? And we have one, Madam Pillay. Questions? Two more hands. Madam Pillay, you can go on.
Understand. Good afternoon. My question is one and straight to the point on your methodology. You have adopted a qualitative research, but I think your analysis it's not really clear. I want to check which software are you going to use to help you analyze that data. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So far, we haven't really collected data. So, from what I know, we have been told that for my study, there will be no need for a software. I will be using thematic analysis, where I will be doing the coding to identify the common patterns and themes. And then from that I will be able to have them I will have to categorize them. Then from those categories, I will be able to draw the patterns and the themes.
Follow-up? Yeah, you can just one follow-up and then we wrap it up.
Thank you. Maybe I should have suggested, rather than asking a question, it's clear that you're going to use thematic analysis, right? Which is a process or a method that you'll adopt for analysis. But as you speak of coding, then we'll talk about the software. Are you going to do coding by yourself, or which software are you going to do? But if you don't know, kindly make sure that in your study you adopt a software that is going to assist you in terms of thematically analyzing your data. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, noted. Thank you for the recommendation. I will look into it. Thank
you. Colleagues, thank you for being an awesome audience. We've reached the end of our presentations. Just one announcement. After this, you are welcome to have tea shortly, and then from there you must return to the plenary room for announcements concerning our way forward for tomorrow. So enjoy your afternoon and your evening, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.